Hi, microphone this time. Good morning. This is Time with Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do some more coding, although right now I'm still busy making my coffee and stuff. As you can see, I've fooled with my cameras and things a little bit. Hopefully that's going to work out okay. Anytime anybody wants to hear about setting up live streams and cameras and stuff, I am quite happy to share that information. I'm doing my level best with it. For now, guess what? We've got the wood stove cam, and I'm going to go and finish making what's probably not my last cup of coffee of the day, but we're going to get right into the famous Crackle. I'm probably going to make a playlist for that once they're finally done, assuming they do end up getting finally done, but I've got some neat new things to show you, and I'll be right back. Hang on a second. As long as I'm doing this, what I should do is dubplate it. So let's give that a try. VST dubplate. Back to our originally played recording. That'll distort things less. interesting thing about this one, listening from the other room, I can tell that it's using one of my MIDI kits. The drum kit is a sample kit. So I had forgotten about that part, but it's clearly true. Here we are. Coffee acquired. Now, that's what you have been listening to while I made my coffee. Now the deal is, it's time for me to do a bit of coding on a long-lost project, Crackle. And by which I say long lost, I mean it has been all fails and loses rather than wins this entire time. And I don't know, sometimes that can get kind of exhausting. I will say I was real down yesterday, but it's not so much about that so much as I was trying to meet up with a friend and who was going to actually come over. And it's a recovery-related thing. It's part of my clean and soberness. And I know this person and had even talked with other people about how, you know, those Myers-Briggs personality test things? This is a extremely perceiving person relative to judging. This is somebody that just flows through their days, just kind of reacting as comes natural and actively doesn't like forming judgments or nailing stuff down. And that lets him become, he keeps a wide variety of friends, among other things. But I should have anticipated that the person would text me the instant they were about to set out to come and visit me, going, okay, so where do you live? And it sounds like a joke, and it's not. If you knew this guy, you would be, oh yeah, of course. Of course. And I was in the middle of like cleaning my toilet and bringing firewood in, and bringing a chair over to sit in. All of this stuff like, oh my God, somebody's actually going to be here, which never happens. And missed the text. An hour later, I check my phone and go, oh, huh. And I go, oh no, yeah, here's where it is. It's okay if you don't come. My bad for not responding, and I let you down, and I'm sorry. 4 hours of silence ensue, and I'm losing my mind, pacing around. I've given the address, so he could show up at any point. He could show up having raced right over without sending another text. He could have raced right over and crashed the car, or, I don't know, gotten dragged away by Elon Musk's Doji people or something. Anything could have happened. I didn't know what happened. Turns out, the answer to that conundrum was, I finally heard back 4 hours later, oh hey, I fell asleep waiting to hear back, and then when I woke up I ran around and did a bunch of stuff that needed doing. So it was not all about me. To some extent it was my fault, but I mean, if he fell asleep waiting, he probably should have slept rather than drive. And it all kind of works out. But that's why I had such a rough day yesterday, because it was a rough day yesterday. However, even though it was a rough day yesterday, I still got something done. Meet a new plugin. Angle filter. Because I was trying to come up with something that would make Crackle work better. You got your poles. 0, 1 pole, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And we've got this funny little thing called hard, which manipulates the way that it works. And you can make the band, the cutoff that it has, be harder and crunchier, or softer and squishier. This is not unlike some of the very first low-pass and high-pass filters I ever made, but it's doing a different thing with it. And the goal is to, let's see, where's my clicks? I want to use that on my clicky noise stuff, and should be able to as well. Don't know whether I'm going to use this version of it though. There's our clickiness. Actually, this is a fine time to do an experiment. Yeah, probably can't hear that super well, but the mic is at least good and loud, so you can kind of sort of hear it. If I have this sound set up so that I can hear the clicks as they happen. Again, full clicks. Removing clicks. Does it prefer hard or soft for making those clicks go away? I feel like I can kind of still hear them when it's on soft. Honestly, it might not make a difference. I have a variation on this, so this is not critical. Also, we can run many more polls. And I'll show you what that does in a moment. Because running more polls has a purpose. To the extent that I'm going to run the hard-soft experiment again. Yeah, I'm not sure that matters there. Here's where things get a little more interesting. Let's have a look at a noise file. So we can do this. Not too loud, hopefully. 0 polls. One poll. See, we're making it steeper with more polls. And more polls. See, from minus 36, this is a 96K noise, down to 10K, we've got like 90 dB cancellation up here. If we start fooling with the hard and soft, it kind of messes with it, because that's a tonal alteration. So we can ignore it. So I was figuring on using this technique to make super steep filters that I could do my subtractive EQ thing, where I kind of, in rendering it's called linear solid geometry, making up sounds by subtracting sounds from other sounds so that they can be added back together to have the literal original sound again. And it starts with being able to take this, subtract this, and have the opposite. Have this section and this part become silence. That's not what happened. Not even close. The more polls you add, the crazier it gets. But here's where we start. This is angle filter. You will get to play with it. I will put it out. It's a nice addition to what I've been making and might find uses particularly because unlike stuff like Bez EQ, I can snap from one position to another in this without breaking it. We can run lots of polls, and that is lots of polls of it, and it's fairly simple. I can show you the code even if you like, or just continue onwards, and if you need the code you can end up getting it. But this can be modulated at audio rates. And that's what I'm looking to do because I'm moving towards radically revising what I've got in Crackle. I have reason to believe I might get to a finished Crackle today. We'll see. But one thing we do know for sure is this is a filter. It filters highs, and it can filter highs all the way until there are no audible highs anymore. So this would do just as well as Bez EQ, or perhaps even better, as far as just getting rid of the crackly noise and leaving only low frequencies. Plus, I can snap from full rate to filtered, and it's not going to hurt the sound or make anything abrupt happen. You can snap from one position to the other. That's the interesting part here. The weird part is what happens, and it's not that weird when I do things like, for instance, we can do this. Again, you'd think still we can snap from one thing to another. Hey, John Dub, also Will. And we can still do the hard-soft thing, which now will make better sense. Hard. Soft. And it lets you do extreme settings, which helps you understand what kind of sound is being made. You can hear what it's doing to the bass. Here's the main roll-off. Hard, it's more punchy. Soft, it's more squishy. But turns out there are big surprises when you try to do this and build it into the kind of EQ I wanted to make, which is not going to affect the Crackle, but it will affect the attempt at making a plugin, namely Angle EQ. Looks innocent, eh? Well, maybe not really innocent. Turns out it's way less innocent even than it looks, to the point where it's kind of a monstrosity. So that looks like it should be flat, right? We've got high, mid, and low. They're set to equal volume. So if we were able to cleanly separate it out, it would add back together again to be perfectly normal. We've also got high frequency, M high frequency, M low frequency, and low frequency. What those are is the places where I put those incredibly steep roll-offs. I will get in some of the details change as we go in. For instance, all of these frequency controls are bringing in more and more bands as I crank them up. That turned out to be the correct move for that particular thing. But there's a reason having to do with what happens here. So let's fire up. We'll close that, I guess, because I have to have an effect stack to show the analyzer. Wonder if I can simply, let's do that. That shows that. We can take that away and we can add the EQ that we just made, which is supposed to be flat now, but check it out. Looks flat, right? That's because we're doing it after span. If we do it in front of span, we see what it really did, which is this. Doesn't look too clean, huh? Turns out, if you just run the raw output of something like high, or indeed, instead let's use low. So here's low frequency. If we crank it up all the way, it's doing the same thing as before, with the difference that I have the number of poles altering as we go down, and I'll show you why in a moment. See, it's able to go real low, but I don't have it being quite as steep. This is also capable of being a resonant filter, and I'm not doing that with it right now. Might be worth playing with in future, perhaps. You can kind of see how it's trying to be a resonant filter. In fact, might even be worth coding a version of that just so that I can let people have it and they can use it in things like VCB Rack or whatever as literally a filter being modulated at audio frequencies, because it will. You can do this with it, and it doesn't care how fast you modulate it. But check this out. Now we're listening to high. So high frequency is what's going to control things. Meaning if we put it to 0, we've got our full volume. This is supposed to remove highs, but look at what happens to the steepness of it. That's not quite the same, That's not the same at all. It's not canceling down to minus 168 dB, not even close. And you can cancel it out completely. You wouldn't believe what it took me to get even this, which is like 36 dB to about 30 dB cancellation. I couldn't simply subtract the output filter part from the input filter part. I tried taking the output of the low-pass filter and straight up subtracting it from the dry sample coming in, which is normally what you do. You're doing like what you'd call a delta, starting with this, and you take that dry, you do your low frequency filtering of like the low frequency stuff, and then you do the low frequency stuff and you subtract it from dry, and you should get nothing but the highs. But no, I got a blast of white noise that sounded as if I hadn't done anything at all. And the reason is that this filter does so much phase shift that it basically randomized the phase completely. It is the filthiest, greasiest, organicest sounding filter I've ever run across, doing it the way that I did. More poles you throw at it, you'll make the cutoff go steeper and steeper, but you're changing it so radically that it's like you're doing a phase rotator on the entire sound and making it completely and totally into something else. Now, there could be uses for that, but what it meant is in order to do this, and even have it acting a little tiny bit like a high pass, I had to divide the dry signal up into as many parts as I had filter poles. And note if we have it up a high frequency, that's lots of filter poles to get it to do a sharp cutoff like that. Or more. This is the control that does the high filter poles. You'd be running like 40 stages of, 30 maybe, stages of filtering to get all the way up here. And then I'd have to divide the dry signal into 1/30th of its volume and subtract it 30 times, one for each of the filter poles. That's what I had to do in order to make it work. Crazy. And yeah, it kind of works, and I have the ability to do a lot of boost down there as well. But when we end up working with the actual musical sound, let's throw, I've actually never listened to a drum track through this. So it's fine time I started, I guess. Turns out, I can do my filtering like this, right? So mid-range is all you're listening to. I'm doing a mid switch, so that would be the same as dry. But as soon as we start getting this, we're phase rotating everything like crazy. Or the high pass part, we're phase rotating like crazy. And that's nothing to what you get when you are doing all of the bands. You start getting messy real fast. Check this out. This is supposed to be flat now. I'll even set these to exactly the same frequencies so that, and we'll go to 7.5. Defaults to this. Go to exactly unity gain. So listen to this. Here's our drums again. Listen to how much the drums change when I kick in what is supposed to be an EQ set on flat. Out. In. Honestly, it's so crazy, I feel like maybe I should be putting an inverse dry wet into this because this is just weird. So that's a clean recording. And this sounds like it's going through the gunkiest old console ever. And you can't really compensate by shifting the frequency positions. That's not really something that you can do. But another thing that you can do is use this to completely sculpt a new sound that has no relation to the previous sound, like mid-range suck. There's the hi-hat. There's the lows, but we'll go even lower. Then let's take the mid-high frequencies, bring that down to get out of the way of the hat. Oh, wait for it to start up again. It'll start playing again in a moment. Here we go. Let's make those highs just low enough to hit the hats. Mids are accentuating mostly the snare now. And in fact, while doing that, let's also take the mid-low frequencies where the mids cut off at the bottom. Now we're taking the low mids right out. It's much like sucking the mids out completely, except for now we are able to boost while still So now we're doing a weird, messed up thing with the sound of the drums. And they're all kind of steep filters, but they're also interacting with each other in terrible and strange ways. Because that's the angle EQ thing, apparently, is it's just a giant mess. So that could well be something that I do today, assuming I'm able to get through the de-crackle business, is we can add a inf dry wet to this and see what we can get happening out of that. Because I remind you, the dry signal is this. And that's actually sounds like a drum in a real place with microphones. But then we're turning it into something weird. And pretty much all of the clarity has just been mutated. That's with the high frequencies set so high that it cuts off completely. So if we crank it up all the way and then start bleeding it in, we're going to start getting hi-hat noises and stuff. And yeah, we could do the same with the kick. Check it out. That's actually just keeping DC pressure on my subwoofers, which is not great, so let's not do that. And so I've got that cranked as far as it'll go. And then I start sneaking low frequency up until the very steep band engages. There it is. So yeah, we've got like 12 dB a gain on these, but they're cut off so high that it hardly matters. We can even make mid extremely telephony by having it be at the same frequency or even overlap. See, there's our only frequency extremes. And there's a mid-range that is made entirely by these two weird phase shifty filters fighting each other. Hey. Trey K has a question. You know, something I could do is, let's move chat around again. I often do that. I have a different layout on my screens today too. Or indeed, I can do this. Don't mind me. Just playing with my screens and things. So what I see, Osiris feels it has more punch. This has more punch than this. Well, it's certainly a lot more unnatural. And the reason is we've got such weird effects happening that they're doing wild amounts of phase shift and weirdness in order to make this happen. Trey K 1.0 is asking, do I have a kind of sound I'm gunning for console H? That's a fair question. So I'm going to table the idea of putting an inverse dry wet on this, because the weird thing about it is going to be you're going to barely be able to tell the difference between dry and inverse. I mean wet and inverse. Because it's so far from what dry actually is that all of the interactions with it making it go as weird as this. And I had not tried this before today, so this is also cool. The fact that I can dial in very unnatural sounds using it. But the dry wet stuff is going to have just as strong an effect. You'll have like this sound for wet, and then the dry sound for dry, and then everywhere in between is going to be yet another weird sound, like flanged out and hard to interpret. So positive feelings about that. That's going to be good. As to the question of, do I have a type of sound that I'm gunning for console H, an image in mind for the finished thing, or experimenting the way there? So the idea with console H is I want to have easily understandable controls. Like what I just did in angle EQ is not going to be what console H gets. It needs to be more along the lines of, balance lows and highs, and they don't do weird, unexpected, crazy things. The low versus high balance, probably more along the lines of some of my earlier EQs that people like, where it's like, wow, that sounded big when I pushed the mid-range, and then the mid-ranges became big, and that was cool. Or I cut the mid-ranges and they sounded really more punchy because I wanted them to become more punchy. I'm going to be wanting to do stuff like that, meaning the interactions between bands aren't going to be as much of a thing. I've got categories of stuff I'm going to be trying to do with console H. One of them is that the parametric EQs, the 4 joysticks, and mind you, I don't know if anybody has even gotten the console control surface that I made, but I am designing stuff where if you built your own control surfaces, they would still all work along the same basic lines. And that would make me happy. I'd like that. So it's going to be essentially a 3-band EQ with a additional control because Stonefire is a 3-band EQ with a pitch control over the crossover between mid and bass. That's something that could persist. I might even keep the concept of airband and then mid and bass and go from there. Because I do have good ways of making airband filters using the Kalman filters. All of my air-related plugins lately have been working out well. It's easy to demonstrate. For instance, I can just fire up one of the airband EQs and you'll immediately hear what I'm talking about. Go into that. Go immediately to like Air 4, or Air 3 would work just as well for this. And that is an airband that can be used for treble and will typically just work for people. And it also works cutting off the airband works just as well. That's the Kalman filters at work, and in that setting it basically was just everything that you'd want. Similarly, Stonefire gets weird when I start using it as a mid-range band stuff. The Kalman filter stuff only gets weird when, well, who knew I made so many freaking plugins? Stonefire only gets weird when you're doing stuff with the between fire and stone. Like if we keep these the same, brightness, darkness, and that works great. I do wonder whether I could use the Bez EQ for the airband, because one of the things about Bez EQ is that I got a very aggressive see, I'm wondering about this now. But my point being, it only gets weird when you start using the range control and trying to do a division in the mid-range. Because that sounds weird. That's listening to only the Kalman filter, but it's not a natural sounding filter. For that reason, I won't be able to use it on like a console symphonic version either. Now, where we bring in Bez EQ, which is right here, and our treble, mid-range, and crossover, there's pretty much nothing that we can do to make Bez EQ do a really sharp cutoff in the highs, unlike Stonefire, where you can use the Kalman filter to do a clean cutoff in the highs. You can get a very aggressive sounding mid-range out of it, though, by using it simply as a high pass. And then if we do only mid-range, that's the Bezier filter used strictly as a cutoff. And you hear the sort of digitally kind of sounding thing, which is why I would want this to be more of a special effects EQ. Also, give me a moment. I want to throw another log on my fire. We'll do that while I'm at it. It's going just fine, but it's a little dim. Here's a good look. Yeah, all yesterday I was bringing in heavy logs. These are the things that one does. You living the life out in the Vermont cabin, which is a joke, I'm not really in a cabin. But I do this, and we're going to let it catch, and it's going to heat up. I'm going to make my other cup of coffee probably as soon as I'm ready to really engage with revising Crackle, and that's going to have to be before noon. But continuing to pursue the question around the console H. This doesn't get to be the primary EQ for console H. It has a treble and a mid and a bass, but this is not as useful, and I'll tell you why. Although it's kind of de-resing things, that's not a useful enough way of doing a bass, middle, and treble control, because it assumes that all there is to hip-hop is de-resing things in different ways, and there's going to be the parametric EQs for that. I'm going to have the parametric filters able to throw in different kinds of quantization. But then if you go to, for instance, let's see, an old plugin of mine back in the day. This is a really old one, but the deal with this and that's not a good low pass, and this is not a good high pass. But that is a better 3-band EQ. We can turn the treble down. We can turn the bass up or down. We can suck the mid-range out. So that's a better 3-band EQ for console H, although it could be better than that. I'm honestly thinking that here's my current thoughts on console H. You know how we've got the parametrics in parallel and Stonefire for the current version, current console X. And we've got an overall low pass and high pass that are way better than this one. Well, I'm thinking with console H, first of all, I can still keep the low pass and high pass, although I'm questioning whether I might want to replace them with BezEQ. If I don't replace them with BezEQ, and bear in mind, I don't know if I don't think I have a working high pass with BezEQ, so it would be the low pass only, doing that frequency de-res thing. And that stops it from being an isolator filter. So I'd have to be cautious as to whether I wanted that as the default. It could be the channels, be BezEQ type filter, and the bus being isolator filter. Because for the bus, you'd want to be able to sweep the low pass down and have it go like it was an isolator filter, DJ style isolator filter. But treble needs to be, you can crank it up to have all of the brightness, and then mid-range and bass have to neatly divide from each other so that you can suck out the mid-range and cut or boost the bass and have it do what you expect would happen, which is what happens with this, which is a much older EQ. If I push mid-range, it doesn't do weird things, it just pushes mid-range or pulls it out. It's pretty straightforward. I will want, my current design around these is more along the lines of middle is flat, cranked is about 12 dB boost, cut goes all the way down to silence. This doesn't do that. But the deal with whether they will be in parallel is like this. I want to make the parametrics be able to do a sort of peaky effect where you're bringing in the frequencies. As they go up, you start bringing up the frequency and then perhaps it gets a little wider. Or you're bringing up the frequencies and then they get narrower and start being more focused. And then laterally controls the frequency of those peaks. And then if you have the range control set all the way to the parametrics, you completely replace the sound with only the output of the parametrics against silence. So rather than having them add, as in have them be in parallel, you get to use only the output of the parametrics. And then if you turn the range control the opposite direction, you get only the 3-band EQ, which is probably Kalman-based high frequencies, the air that I'm using for stuff, and then a mid-range and a bass that pretty cleanly distinguish between mids and bass, but don't do weird things when you've got them set extremely. And I might actually have an example of that somewhere, but I'm not sure. If I don't, probably it would be good for me to make one. I know I can demonstrate with Stonefire what it sounds like when you have that and it's not very clean. But I'd like a way of demonstrating what happens when you have that and it is very clean. Perhaps one of the biquads will do it. High-low is simply cut off, so that's no good. Let's see whether biquad non-lin. See, I've got an inverse and wet, so that might work. Yeah, because negative. If you use a biquad filter like this, and see we've got a steep output here, so I'm going to want to set it to be more along the lines of 707 is Butterworth. Non-lin may or may not be something I want to keep. And if we run this, that is a band pass, and that's a low pass. So I might want to stack more of them up so that the Q frequency is higher. If I simply increase this, it's just going to resonate. But we can even clean it up. If you take this, simply a biquad filter, this is a well-behaved enough filter that I can turn it into a high pass like this. And it's not very steep. But I do have other ways of doing that. Let's see whether either these other ones have any of that. Back up to biquad. I went past it. I've got biquad double and biquad triple and biquad stack. And we'll see whether these have, it's only got dry wet. So that's actually not going to work. But it will have, I demonstrated with the previous one that you can have a clean high pass by taking a steep enough stacked up biquad and subtracting it instead. I'll probably be able to do that and then add them back together again. So let's see, biquad triple. See, this is one way of doing it. delicate to adjust. Closest I'm going to get. So that is 3 biquads stacked up. You can hear that it is more like a brick wall. And if you applied it inverse, it would act like a high pass. In fact, I think maybe I even have the version of that. Let's go and look at our isolator filters. Because again, pursuing some of these things is also a process of demonstrating how you solve audio problems. Let's see what we've got. Isolator 2? No. How about 3? Might just go with isolator 2 though. IJK elemental P. So you got to be able to look up what the things are. Ah, not even. Ah, I see. This is the one where somebody wanted me to put it onto one control, and this is probably not real Q factor. If you have too much resonance, it stops acting like a clean filter and turns into a synth-like filter. So let's cut that Q. This is the non-resonant sound of it. Full range, high pass, low pass. And it does kind of choke. In fact, I had it set up so that if you manipulated it too roughly, it makes a weird choppy noise. And it's got a distortion factor in there to stop it from hurting the speakers too bad. Isolator 2 might be closer to certain things. Again, it's all about the filters. We keep fooling with these, but I've also just done filters that, let's see, Airwindows, audio units, and VST. Yeah, I can do stuff like this too. All the filters sound a little different because they all work differently. But that's the one where I can't actually subtract it from dry to get a high pass because it's mangling everything too extremely. It's changing the sound rather than just filtering it. By the way, the fire is roaring away pretty good, so I'm going to put the, I'm going to engage the thing. Excuse me. Catalyst, that's what it is. Engage the catalyst. So yeah, what I'm looking at is making a parametric for console H, where I'm probably simply using the Kalman airband, basically the same thing as Stonefire for highs and mid-range or lows. And then I'm going to want the mid-range and the low frequency control to have a neatly and probably not too steep, probably biquad based filter between the two. so that when I crank mids, you'll get mids cranked without changing the tone of the mids and the bass and so on. And it can be just used to sort of balance, except for it will be possible to cut it completely. And probably also bring in some of the sine-based overdrive or the cosine-based leaning stuff out, just so that those three bands can feel more connected to things. Like way back in the day, I had a plugin that I'm now going to try to find. And I think it might have been like Bass Drive or something. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, people use this on stuff. But one of the things I'm doing here, apart from building everything around kind of narrow frequency bands, is there's saturation all over this. When it goes to a boost, it's going into heavy overdrive at the same time. And that's just how it rolls. So it's probably something that I can do pretty effectively, because people like this plugin. This ended up being popular. Something where you can make mid-range be real lean. You cut stuff way back, or add mid-range, and all of a sudden the mid-range sounds extremely forward. Well, there's a reason why that mid-range sounds the way it do. It's not just a frequency band, it's a frequency band going through some pretty heavy distortion. It's plainly obvious that it's heavy distortion. So that's clearly something that I can bring into the design for Console H. Console H, you need to be able to turn up the mid-range band until it starts acting like that. Till it really just goes clang, clang, clang. And the idea is that gets balanced against parametric, and parametric does a separate thing, namely more like this. See, that would be the 3-band. So you don't even get to tune the controls. It's just that when you crank the mids, for instance, it starts doing that. And then for the, let's see, Res-EQ, PQR, Res-EQ, Res-EQ2. Ah. See, that actually becomes what I made the parametrics into. I'm thinking Res-EQ1. That has a whole separate purpose. So, I'll go and get it. PQR. There it is. So this has a whole separate purpose. It's messy when you move it around because this is building a weird sort of bandpassy thing. But the purpose of this is to construct a sound out of different narrow bandpaths. They're not actually very good at low frequencies, but you'll be able to do better with low frequencies here. this is much more along the lines of just making these incredibly tight band passes. There's no frequencies other than the resonant frequency here. But when you have multiple ones, that's where our hats can sit. Upper mids. Lower mids. And we'll have these all be exactly the same, and they will be bass. So what you end up with, this is what the... Hang on. Okay, now it's set up. What you'll be doing with the parametrics on console H, whether you know it or not, is going to be something kind of like this. It's not going to be entirely super tight, high bandwidth, high Q stuff. This is an example where it is all super tight. But if they're wider parametric EQs, you'll still be able to balance the sound based on the position of those 4 joysticks. And higher on the joystick is going to be slightly more volume, but also more narrowness and converging towards a sound like this, which is a sound like this is going to be basically what you get when you have all of the joysticks cranked up as far as they will go. And it'll go from the dry signal to this. So you can go darker, you can still include bright. It's going to sound nicer than this because this is a really old experimental plugin. But the deal is it's going to do that thing and let you can like strip sounds down into a narrow set of bands of varying width. So you'll go with like how narrow and peaky you want a particular sound to be, and dropping it down, most likely dropping it down all the way will cut that band off, but it'll fade up to a wide sound and then increasingly go narrow and louder. And what that does is if you have a mix full of sounds that have been treated like this, you can hear through all of them more clearly. This is a fairly well-known technique in big studio mixing. Big studio mixing where you have lots of bands of parametric EQ. People have been doing this for some time, but it's a bit of a dark art. So I'm going to make it so that it forces you to do it. And you'll see how that goes. The idea is to construct a sound that has whatever qualities you want. See, there's a big thump. We found it. And then supposing you want mid-range or you only had the big thump, that's kind of loud. I'll take away resonances until it's not as loud. And then a high frequency resonance. If you've got a sound that is composed of stuff like that, it's easier to hear through. Because the actual frequency content, there's almost nothing except for 3 little narrow bands. And that's the idea. That's what's going to happen as a result. Although the weird thing with this is that you're meant to have a wide variety of bands, and they're all incredibly tight. It's like a weird comb filter effect. So that sounds nothing like the original sound, but it's way more transparent. It sounds hollow. Doesn't matter how loud it gets, it's still more easy to hear through than the full range sound. So yeah, that is a extensive lecture on what's going to happen with console age. And honestly, I could be doing any of that, but what I can also do is, it's 11:46, I should make my final cup of coffee and get going on freaking Crackle. Because I've got some of the tools I need now. Oh, I've also got, not here, but what I do have is I got the original master that was sent to the dubplate house. So there could very well be another edition of dubplate coming out that's more accurately tuned, because literally everybody wants more bass than there was. But I've now got the actual source sent to the dubplate place, and that could come in handy. For now, though, one of the things I can do is throw it on a big bassy sound, except for I've gone through so many things talking about stuff that I don't have it available anymore. I'm out of coffee for the moment, so I'm going to go and make some more. Well, it's not the afternoon yet. And then we're going to get back into Crackle, because there's a possibility that I'm going to have it finished today. No promises. It's been days and days of complete failure on that. But it's possible that I can get it done today. Also, might as well light the fire while we're at it. wandered in. Yeah, I'm making coffee. I'll be back. Alrighty, back this time with more along the lines of black coffee. And time enough to get busy doing the thing I said I was going to be doing at literally 12. I wonder if I can set my system preferences, like date and time, to match what the real time is, because it's not even able to talk to the internet. It's 12. Yeah, so Taro Chayokadze. I've never been entirely sure as to whether it's correct to respond to people or not. I've heard people saying, oh, never talk to people when they come into the chat because people don't necessarily want to be greeted or recognized. It could scare them. And other people expect or demand to be recognized and responded to. With me, it's like, well, am I literally there in front of the camera or perhaps not? Or going off making coffee or something. And then it's whether I'm in the mood to do so. And who can say? Point being, we've got some stuff to do on the famous Crackle. And you know something? I believe I can demonstrate bits of this. I've got a Crackle that doesn't fully work, but but I've set it up so that it demonstrates something. And it's not going to be in there. D Crackle D. Yeah, so this doesn't in fact work. But we can do something with it. This setting of control/clicks is the difference between the control voltage and the raw sound. If we zoom in, here's something I have done. See, it goes up to control voltage is fully in remove the click, and then it shows a little bit of the click, and then it goes back again. I've set it up so that it does it on both channels. What that sounds like is this. The control voltage is this. The raw sound is this. Actually, that's the declicked version. And it's not actually able to take the clicks away, at least not at this time. But the occasional one it can. And here's the delta. So what I've done is I've finally dialed it in to where it's able to grab some of those clicks. And the way I did that was by this technique of having it run the control voltage, then zooming in and seeing where the click that caused that control voltage to happen was. And there it is again. So what I'm doing with it is not helpful yet, but it's going to be. All of my stuff is still triggering the same way that it did before. So crank clicks, threshold, window size, half trig. Turns out, this is how I found out, that in order to make the declicking start engaging before the click actually happens, this has to be after 0.5. If instead we go in front, we get this. It went in front, and so it's having the click engage, although it's now doing weird things as well, and the second one's not doing anything. So let's see whether we've got other examples in here. Yeah, beautiful example. If we have half trig well in front, there's the click, there is the switching over to the different section, quite cleanly separated from the other stuff. So half trig has to be over here so that it can engage before the click actually happens, and that was the point of setting it up that way. And we'll undo that. Then the next thing is, how can we switch over to a more filtered section? And that's where the plugin that I just did comes in. This plugin Angle EQ or Angle Filter. That's the one where it affects the sound very strongly, but I can transition in and out of filtration without making weird other things happen. So we're going to open up. Actually, I think I want Angle EQ because it's a simpler version. What I mean by that is not that the code is actually that much simpler, because there's 4 bands of EQ in there. What I mean by it is it's a simpler version because it doesn't have the hardness control built into it. So here's Crackle, here's angle EQ. I'm going to want to copy some of this over, and it needs to be in stereo, so I need a left and right version. So let's take 2 of these. There's 4 of these because it separates out low pass, high pass, and the top and bottom of mid pass all separately. It ended up there being no purpose to just having 2 settings. This is also the one that I need to add a dry wet to, but that's for another day. We're going to end up taking all of this Bez EQ stuff out, but only after getting this other stuff added in. So we're going to call that R and L rather than H and M. I usually put L first for no particular reason. So that's a start. Then we need to initialize those variables, and those sit down here. It's an array, so we need to blank all the bits of the array. So I'm going to copy the whole thing and then cut this part back. And now we have that blanked out. Then we're going to it'll be interesting to see how this works. Screw it into here. These are all gain controls, so we don't want that, so we're going to want just the raw value. So I can simply use a comment here. And we'll be able to delete DRes A and B once we're done with them. But this part is actually working fine, except for that we're going to take where it says D. We're going to do the low pass section. And we're just going to take that and start repurposing it. Putting it in here. First Bezier filter gives the rolled off version, and we're going to replace all of this. We might even end up using filtering for the second filter. We'll have to see whether that proves necessary. I'm not sure it will. In fact, maybe we even get to use not filtered at all. But however, it's possible that we're going to want to do a second version. But here's where we put 1, 2. Gives the rolls off version. So first thing we do is all of this gets commented out. We're working from dry sample and producing Bezal and Bezar. Now, we're not actually using Bez for anything. Now, the way this works, we're going to end up removing the Bezier filters, meaning it doesn't need to be called Bez anymore. However, also, do we need to be doing anything else with this? I think not. Yeah. This stuff is about having a slew-only version to run the other stuff off of. That still seems correct. There's IAR slew. Not quite sure what we're doing with that. We're doing something with it. There's crank, so we're turning it up before doing anything with it, and that's why we're using dry sample instead. So we're going to assign that first. Once we're done, we can rename these anytime we want. But we'll start by putting them in play, and that means wherever it says, I guess it's going to be low sample. And that's how this works. These three statements in a row over and over again. Keeps doing it. Angle is how fast it goes between one sample and the next. The rest of it is a simple IIR filter. And then it's an IIR filter including the expectation of where the distance between the previous sample and the next sample takes it. So I don't think anybody's done this one before. It's a variation off of a bunch of things that I've done. Close it back up again. But yeah, that is just those three things over again. Same with Bezar. We're not actually using low sample. We're going to call it Bezar and run from there. And then these are the stored versions, the array stuff with count in there. And we're not going to use the letter G. We're going to use, I guess it was A, wasn't it? Yeah. A directly has the filter frequency. That goes from 0 to 1. We get to use it raw. We get to use it directly. So, everywhere we see G, we replace it with A. Lots and lots of places all over the place. And here as well. Now it's possible we can use it for the other filter too, but more on that later. I'm going to try to not get myself stuck in a situation where I've made too many changes and then it's out of control and I don't know what it's doing anymore. That should actually work. So what I'm really thinking now is, should I jump ahead and replace the other Bezier filter as well? Because I feel like I kind of should. Hey Patrick. Patrick just tuned in. Is Is it still talking about how I'm going to have to remember to change that away from decrackle when I'm done? Because I've been working on this plugin for days and days without success. But success is coming bit by bit. I'm getting closer. So I tell you what, let's do that thing. That should now be a working version with all of its bits in place, so I can copy it from what I've already got. So let's change the name of this next set while leaving the rest of it the same. This is going into a filter that is being fed a slew only, causing it to be no bass, only treble. I'm pretty sure all of my interactions go on the basis of that, because I'm hoping to be able to cut out bright, high-frequency crackliness even against the background of moving audio where a lot is happening. Like, if there's a lot of high-frequency crackliness over loud bassy sound, I should be able to just cut out the crackliness and leave the bassy sound. What that means in this case is I need to do this again, but give a different name to these. But they're still going to be left and right, and they're still going to be positioned in angle. So we're going to change IIR to something else. Or literally use it, and I'll call it signal and reference. Meaning, we'll keep what I just made and use it again. Oh, don't need that to be in caps. But now we've also got II signal rather than II reference. And that's kind of silly, but what the hey. I care less about whether it's silly, and this has been such a pain that I'm not worried as to whether my code looks like it makes sense to anybody. I just want to make it work. Signal. There, now those are all unique, and the code that I added down below will actually work. In fact, I can continue to use A as the filter frequency, and I don't need to touch a thing. Possible having a separate control would make sense. Anyways, this is what we've got for now. Put that in afterwards. Comment out the whole Bezier filter. But investigate what, and we're going to be wanting to go to rectel and rectar. So let's do that now. Now the other bits will work properly, but that's not what we started with. We're not starting from dry sample L and dry sample R. We're starting from Fab's input sample L instead, because it's an absolute value being smoothed. It's all positive voltage swings of the audio, because I'm trying to smooth it out and have it be a continuous position from which the, again, the flipping off gesture, which I'm not actually doing, is background is these and they're smoothed, and then I'm comparing an unfiltered version, which is supposed to poke out above the smoothed versions, and if it's able to do that, that's what I call a trigger. So rect means rectified, and we're doing absolute sample. And we've copied it from the one where we're doing this calculation over Bez L. So I need to go through and start changing things to rectal now. There, and here, here, and here, because if I don't, it will not work. That's 4 places, that seems good. R. Can't be using Bezar for that. No, no, no. Must transition to using rectar for that, because that's the one we need to use. Then, absolute value of input sample R, which is the one that we've now applied slew only to. Oh, it's a headache, but... So here's the thing, Patrick, and we don't know that I can do it, although I suppose give me credit for persistence. Doing this up properly is a $2,000 plugin. You can do this very easily and properly by buying Cedar. Cedar is what you do if you're doing noise restoration and you need to do this kind of job and really do it up properly. That's a $2,000 plugin suite. I think you should have access to that as open source. Turns out it's not easy to do. So here we go. And you know, maybe I'm not even doing it anywhere near the same way that Cedar is doing it. I kind of hope not. I kind of hope if they tried to do this, they also failed, and then they ended up doing it a different way, because the way I'm doing it, I get to pass through large quantities of completely untouched audio data and only engage on clicks. That's what I'm looking to do. This looks cool. Oh, I have to change this. I talked my way through the dumbest and most simple versions of stuff, but that's fine. And having done these things, I have missed a thing. If you know why this wouldn't work yet, hold your peace, because I'm about to change it. Too many eyes. I had changed this bit so that it would be I signal and I don't know, rect, reference, whatever it was. And if I hold down Option, I get to do in selection. Should build. Question becomes, will it work? Also, can I hear what I have done? At the end, I have this case statement, and this shows me different variations of what it's doing. So here I have, oh, this will be interesting, though. This is what I'm supposed to get as an output. This is the difference between what that is and I want to stick in a place where I can listen to the raw output. It's only going to be a filtered version, but I still want to be able to listen to it directly. So let's remove something. Let's remove the control voltage one. He says as he starts doing something else, I feel like having more spacing in there just for the moment, because I'm about to add comments. So if I turn it all the way to the extreme, now I get to hear what the actual filtered version is going to be. Yeah, I mean, cedar, that's a big deal. I'd like to make something I can use. It's mostly okay with me if I don't quite rise to the peaks of cedar, but I want to see what I can make this do. So let's build and see what we got. And this vinyl record stuff, it's actually quiet, but that's pretty much okay because no point in being super loud just while I do this. If I set it to this, I should hear. I don't know whether that was doing something elsewhere. I'll find out. Yep. Filtered. You can filter it all the way to silence. Our clicking is still fairly obvious at this stage, so I'm probably going to want to either fiddle with it, make it be a different taper on the control, because I'm going to want to go down here. And that's just in the very end of the adjustment, so that's not great. And it ain't quite working, not quite yet, but that's okay, we'll get there. Here's the click section. It's supposed to be engaging when there are clicks, and it is not yet able to do so. Also, low pad shouldn't be necessary. Oh, it hit one click. And then here's something else, and here's something else. I think what we have there is the whole process of trying to make the Bezier curve match. So that's not relevant anymore. Although the filtering that I'm doing has its relevances. One of the things I wanted to do was be able to swoop down to the filter setting according to my control voltage. What that's going to mean is this modulates. And what that's going to mean well, for one, I can apply. What am I doing with Control B? Anything? It'll tell me if I am or not. I'm doing something with Control B. Otherwise, it would say unused variable. So let's do edit all in scope. We're applying it in the DRes. Is that the only place I'm applying it? One way to find out. At some point, I think I can simply delete literally all of the DRes stuff. I'm not quite sure I'm ready to do that just yet. See, I'm trying to do something with it. And I don't need to be doing that. In fact, what are we doing with D? D is the delay length. So I'm not going to make further compensations for that. What I'm going to do is have that match the other one, and then maybe we'll go and listen to what we did. See, we now have exactly the same number for Bez and Ra, meaning I can make it go away. What that previously was is ways of tuning where the output on the filtered one and the output on the raw signal were, so that they could line up. Probably not. Sure is. Let's go and put a log on it. So wintertime Airwindows means keeping the wood stove going. Granted, it's not wintertime still, but it's close enough. But I can do with, this is my primary heating, although there's a furnace that switches back up. And voila, it's not a fireplace, it's a wood stove. But same basic idea, really. And with how this work goes, is more soothing the better. Where were we at? I have these. I also have the ability to do various things. Among them, I've decided I do want to delete the Bezier filters while I'm at it. Let's make that stuff all literally go away. Take up less space. I'm going to put a little curve on the sucker. Let's build again, see if we're any good. We're not actually using variable B. That does mean I can set these things separately. Here's where we use B. Remembering, of course, I've got to update it every place it appears. And that's cumbersome. See, missed one. 2. But we will get there with a little patience and determination. We will update all the little places where it says A. Set it to B, and then we'll have a different filtering for the part we're listening to and the part that the algorithm is referring to. Because That's how we stop it from kicking in when the sound is loud. Looks like I got them all. Yeah, I think so. Build again, see where we're at. Fire this up. Smurf Tim, I am most definitely still struggling to make the Crackle do its job. There are several things I have done that should probably help. It's going to be a struggle until it's not, basically. So here we are listening to the output of the sound. And what we've got now is the same thing we were dealing with in angle EQ, where now if we modulate this rapidly, we can make it switch away or switch into a heavily filtered thing. The next stage is to make it modulate based on what the control voltage is doing. It needs to have the stuff that we're listening to rapidly swoop from full volume or full filtration down to a filtered version from full brightness as it goes. And I don't think this is going to cause a loud thump, because we can snap it from one position to another. It instantly goes, but it doesn't make a whump in the way that a biquad filter would. If you snap a biquad filter in this way, it acts different. It's also possible we'll keep a fixed number of filter stages rather than having that modulate. That is possible. Haven't worked that one out yet. I could probably show you what that means. So how do we go about doing that? Well, IIR click L and IIR click R, that's our gate. We're looking at the gate. IIR click goes from 0 to 1, or actually higher than 1, but we're clamping it to 1, based on whether the D-click algorithm is on or off. 1 is on, 0 is off. So what we want to do is modulate between the setting of A, which is the one we're listening to. We could have the B, which is the reference value, be whatever the heck we want. That's different. That doesn't have to modulate just as well if it doesn't. But the one controlled by A that we're able to listen to directly by going to case 4 here and listening to outbez, that needs to be made to modulate based on what the click is doing. If that works, and we crank it up until it engages and switches on, we'll hear the full filtered version, which is experienced by that control A going from 1 down to whatever the final setting is. So we're making it as if the final output is our A setting plus 1.0 minus declick. I mean IR click. Let's copy that as long as we have it selected. This should do it, but we're going to do it here. Like this. Come on. Be a sport. There you go. So we're doing a apply the filter. So IR click is what modulates this. We don't need to call it A. We can call it whatever we want. So we can start calling it an appropriate name. Reference filter and mod filter. Reference filter gets to be this. We just changed where it got defined. Therefore, ooh, and I'm going to need two of them. But that's okay because the reference gets to be the same either way. So watch this. Let's get back down to the bottom again. We got IIR click L and IIR click R. That's what we're trying to switch between, and it has to be minimum, but we're going to be restricting that anyhow, so that's fine. We're going to be restricting it to 1. So technically, don't mind me figuring this nonsense out. Trickier than I thought. If I did the naive thing, it would fight me. Let's not have it do that. There. That is now the minimum of IR click L or 1. Then we invert it because it needs to work oppositely. Now, if it is 0, it's 1 minus 0, so the mod filter is ref filter plus 1, meaning it's going to be too high, so I need to clamp that as well. But we're getting somewhere with all of this nonsense. I only have to do the same thing I did before. Fmin. And now it'll go from reference filter. If it's not engaged, IR click L is 0. Reference filter 1 minus 0 is the minimum of 0 and 1. So reference filter plus 1, meaning the output of mod filter is going to become 1, meaning that's correct. This is brain-meltingly, it's dumb, it's very trivial, it's very basic, but I still have to do it, and I have to get every detail right or it'll start not working and I won't know why. Having done that, this next bit is the easy part. We're going to just use it over again because we only use it here. And one little change to click R. Now let's see what we got. In theory, this should work. This might not be my best option for hearing the result, but we can at least do this. This time, as I apply LP frequency, it shouldn't do a blessed thing. No change, because it's not kicking in the declicking. But I should be able to, somewhere, crank it up until it starts kicking it in. And that's not happening just yet. But it should become possible. We're not there yet. So threshold and crank clicks are the things I need to pay attention to here. What's happening is before, it was so sensitive that it would start trying to declick in the middle of music. I've done a lot to stop it doing that. However, I've done so much to stop it doing that that it's not even willing to try to kick in anymore. So I got to crank some of these things up. Other stuff is probably fine. A lot of this stuff is probably fine. But I gotta make it kick in a little harder or a lot harder. Works kind of like this. And see, here's one of the things. IIR slew L and IIR slew R. So just to get myself started, let's save that. And let's take that out. So if I've done this correctly, I should at least be able to make this sucker kick in real hard. Minus out R times F. What the heck am I doing with F? What is F? DE. Well, this is me clearly doing it, but am I only using it there? What was F originally for? Do I have it labeled? What's out R and out L? Why do I have that F there? What's going on with that F? What does that actually mean? Could be meaningless. F stands for fade dry. Interesting. What's that supposed to mean? I think that's not useful. I think I'm taking a lot of this stuff away. Let's take that away too. I've got a copy of it saved in case that's any use. But this simplifies matters so that it's the absolute of trigger, maximum of either that kicking in or the difference between this. This IIR target stuff is why I have those neat slopes engaging or disengaging it. See, it says taper up, taper down. That does have a purpose. I'm not at all sure this bit meant anything or that this bit meant anything. I think that's just making it harder for it to kick in because I was struggling so hard needing to make it not kick in because it was so extreme when it did. But we're working on something else now. The hope is that I can set it up so that it's kicking in real aggressively, but it doesn't sound horrible while it does so. And then I can go from there. Let's see if I can make it kick in on this, because I'm monitoring a section where we're listening to the raw output. So I set it to this, it'll never kick in. Threshold is at 0. Ah. So this is what it does when it is kicking in. And this is a little picture of what it's like when it is doing that. So we can make it kick in or out. That's it, popping and crackling like mad. And here is the output of our filtered section. So when I switch it over to that other setting, what we have is a combination of the filtered setting happening and the literal control that's modulating the filtered setting. And then if we were to look at the output of that, what we would see is this. It's cut down quite strikingly, but it's also showing every little moment that it kicks in and switches on. Because that's what you get when it snaps up and tries to engage its filtering, and you also see where the control voltage is. That's a thing that I did in order to be able to control the situation a little better. So we're supposed to be able to do stuff like this, where it's switching up in order for this little bump to show up, and it will hopefully be able to engage the filter fast enough to make that bump go away and then go right back off again in order to have the rest of the music come through. Or this. This is a beautiful example. Here we have it engaging on a moment in here. This channel doesn't have any change to be accounted for. This part was clean. This is clearly a click. It's a pop in one of the sides. And we're supposed to be able to switch over to the filtered version smoothly without it affecting the sound, engage the smoothed version that goes through this part, takes away these wiggles, and then switch back so that that little bit in between here is just gone without affecting the rest of the sound. And this is probably also a click, but maybe it's not, but it probably is. Actually, this is probably trying to engage the filter twice and then not really getting there. And that's the idea. Be able to do it like this, so that when there's a loud pop, like is probably found right here, it kicks in order to take the pop out and then switches back off again. So I'm going to undo that and then try a thing with it still set up the way that it is. Count equals 3 times mod filter. That means we're engaging a really steep filter in order to do this. I don't necessarily need that to modulate. We can just have it do the same count each time. For literally all of this, in fact. Also, Jonathan has a quick question, so let me sip my final coffee and you would be able to get a louder sound. Bear in mind, dubplate is very aggressively taking away the extreme lows and highs. What that means is if you wanted meter to be rating higher for you, your sounds would have to be louder. In meter, they would have to do that producing a blue-colored peak out of the end result. That means they would have to be loud and strike a balance between loudness and slew rate, which I describe as sonority. If all of your sounds are based around like bright high frequencies and deep bass, you're going to struggle to do that. And most of your rating would be the bass bringing up the overall loudness of your sounds. Best I can tell you for now. Let's go and deal with this. We'll be able to make all these arrays much smaller now, because we're going to do four. We're not even bringing in that other stuff. Instead, everything is always being calculated with this many iterations. Honestly, if it worked just as well, I could make it have even fewer iterations, maybe not even run a loop at all. But for now, this will make it not include lots more stages just as it sweeps down from zero engagement to full engagement. Instead, it always runs the same amount of engagement, and the other parts get manipulated. And let's see what happens when we do that. Because I can't really see, like, no good can come of modulating the number of iterations of the filter. Because that's going to leave some of the iterations untouched. Let's start by seeing if it sounds very different when fully engaged. But we're listening only to the output, and we can make it engage really hard. Okay, so here's what we get. Set at very high frequencies. And remember, this is the one where it's engaging constantly. No change. Does sound a little distorted here. Let's make sure it still is. And we hear it scrunch a little bit. Let's set them to be the same while we're at it. I feel like I hear it kicking in. It's maybe not quite as disgusting as it has been in other times, but I do feel like I hear it kicking in. So now let's stop, switch it over to the version where I can hear the control voltage modulating. Let's play with it a little bit now. I'm setting the frequencies the same, just to make sure it's still kicking in. It's supposed to make that additional pop when a click happens, but also when it's becoming too loud. And ideally what we want is if we switch it back so that it's only modulating the frequency of the filter, we shouldn't hear it. Instead it'll just get dull. Did that work? I think it maybe kind of almost sort of worked. So a little crunchy. We'll crank the threshold in really hard. If we're not filtering the gate at all, that'll change how it approaches its thresholding. What we're supposed to be hearing now is it kicking in a lot to the point where this part is just completely muted and silent. This is not necessarily its final form, but if we can make this bit work, then the rest of it will work better. We'll filter it all completely. How about? The modulation is now going from brightness to dead silence. Yeah, Cowbus. Well, we can but try. Okay, so we can make it not engage. And we are making it not engage. Let's grab a different section for a moment. So no filtering. Additional click, which is the control voltage kicking in, and then allowing the control voltage kicking in to darken it. Well, we did make it go kind of quieter, didn't we? Not the same as this. Or is it? Hang on. Feels like it's not doing anything again. I don't like that. Okay, so that kicked in. That definitely kicked in. What's happening when it does? Zoom in, we will see our little trapezoidal shape. That means that we're swooping up to full crank because that was a click to be removed. And then we're swooping back down again. We're swooping back down, allowing that little amount to still be there. And if I was to go in and look at what it actually did, let's set it to normal and see what it does. The rest of the stuff is supposedly working. What happens? Okay. Didn't really expect that. So this is apparently the output of only our filtered channel, and it still audibly makes a noise. But if we do this, that's what it's supposed to be if it worked. That's pretty consistently not making a noise. Hi. So there's a difference between this and this, apparently. Something happens when this gets engaged. Well, can we make this be a click? Apparently not. Okay. Doesn't seem to care what this is set to. The magics engage, and all of a sudden, it decides everything is fine. And we pretty reliably don't have a click there. What about here? Okay. Our inverse signal could be, I wouldn't have expected that it'd be done, but we'll see. Here's what's being taken out. Seems legit. Now let's go to the further test section of the loud bits. So our filter section acts like this. Ooh, I just realized something. I still have low pad. What I'm effectively doing when it seems to be working perfectly is not actually transitioning over to the filtered section, which is why it didn't make any difference what it was set to. What I was doing was transitioning over to silence. Let's just run with that for a moment, because I can tell you one thing that happens as a result of that. We can make this grind a bit. See? Threshold is too low. However, since this is the filter section, it starts going to low frequencies. And we can filter it not at all so that it doesn't change the sound with the threshold set way too low. Or we can have it kicking in the threshold too easily. Sort of doing this. And then go back over to the clicks. That's still happening, but I think I've overlooked a thing. Maybe this setting. Or this. So I had it working real good like this. We got this nasty tendency of having it suddenly work super well because I've got it set a particular way. It's very fussy that way. See? Moments like that. We can make it 100% remove that bit, but what we're doing by setting low pad to 0 is it's crossfading to literal silence instead. That's not really what I had in mind, although I mean, if it works, can't knock it. But so if LP frequency is literally at 0, that'll have it swooping down to silence, at which point if I turn low pad up, I should still not be hearing that click, but maybe I will. Yes, we are. So that's interesting. Wherever threshold is set, low pad turns out to actually be able to disable the effect completely, which is not what I had in mind. I'm not quite sure why it's doing that. It's supposed to be bringing back, like, low pad is 0. That means threshold is making it engage. If this frequency is also at 0, I should be able to turn low pad all the way up, but the output of this should still be silence and it would still be doing something, and yet now it's not engaging. So what's low pad doing here? Because that's weird. Let's go find it. Where does it live? Where is it defined? There it is. Where do we define it? Where is it from? Here it is. Cutting level on clicks as well as darken. Well, we don't actually... So we've got it 1 minus power, 1 minus H. What that means is it's going to have a different taper. But we could also simply disable it, and here's how. We'll try to build it, and let's find all of the places that it's getting declared. Apparently only there. That's weird. And for a penny, in for a pound. Here's where it was before. Both of these cases. Build. That's literally the only place that it got used. Now let's see whether we can still engage things correctly. Because it was acting a whole bunch like it no longer was able to activate the declick circuit. And there's no good reason why that would be happening, and yet, there it was. Give me a moment, I'm going to try this, and then I'm probably going to throw another log on the fire and scamper off, use the restroom for a moment, and be back. Play this. Nothing happens. Here's our filtered version. Nothing happens here, and that's a little weird. I thought I was going to be able to make this engage, but it's not. Here it is, though. So let's have a look at what it does. We are engaging, here's the pop. We are able to engage declick. It's switching over to this. Or at least it thinks it's switching over to this. This amount of offset means that that does actually modulate, that does actually switch up. What I'm not hearing is a change in the sound over here where we're listening to what's supposed to be the filtered version. This is supposed to be the filtered version. If I set it all the way down here, it's supposed to filter its way right down to literal silence. But I feel like what I'm seeing here is not that. In fact, what I'm seeing here is no different from if nothing was done at all, and that's weird. And so time to explore that a little bit maybe too. We're listening to outbez. Outbez is not actually engaging. Outbez is what we cross-modulate over to. Outbez is limited by like I should be able to make this grind based on threshold kicking in. This stuff is simple. That's simple. Let's take a moment, switch over to the loud section, see if I can make it grind again. Nothing's really changed here, so I should be able to make the filtration kick in when it's not supposed to by dropping threshold down to 0. I made some changes that'll make it easier to make threshold kick in. It does kick in, but the filter doesn't do anything. So here we are. We're listening only to Bez. If it doesn't engage, we're fine. But we'll make it do this. Let's go farther. If we do that, we should get a pretty mangled output in which a bunch of these sections are actually silences. Okay, what we're doing is we're getting silences in the middle of the waveform. So as we switch into that, it literally stops moving and stays at that point. Why would we not be able to filter out a click that happens in the middle of that? Let's find out by zooming right into where a loud click is and filtering that part. There's a click. What's happening when this happens? Because my hope would be it would be able to quickly crossfade over to the part where it's not able to move. It looks like I've demonstrated that it's able to do that. And then it stays stuck while the click goes by and then returns control to the audio. Apply. What does this look like when it's at home? Looks like it hasn't touched this at all. Why? Why is that? No further bypassing. What is going on here? And this time, when we switch it over to how it's supposed to work, nothing happens. Low pad no longer does anything. Threshold doesn't do anything. Hang on. So if I'm able to make the other stuff engage, that should be able to engage. This is now confusing me. See, everywhere it gets a little quieter and grinds, it's because it's engaging its control. I think. Is that really true? Okay, you should be able to engage by cranking it up that much. You should be able to do this. Listen to the raw output of the filtered version. and see a bunch of flat places. Why is it not happening? Come on. I hear obnoxious sound. Why is it not doing what I expect? There we go. Oh, maybe because it's too much. Okay, this is kicking in, and it is kicking in too much. So there's my control voltages. They are in fact working. If I switch this right over to normal output and then go and calculate it again, this is not happy camper time. Let's find an even louder click to check. Set it right in the middle. All of my undos. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong thing, maybe. It's kicking in. All right, let's set LP freak to literally 0. Here is where the control voltage sits. Except for I can't look at it without deselecting, but that's fine. That is it switching into the control voltage. That's the click that it's supposed to be able to remove, and that's it switching out of the control voltage. Undo. This is monitoring only the Bezier curve thing, which is supposed to be able to sweep down to literally just about nothing using LP frequency. We do that and ain't nothing happens. Why? Why are you not sweeping the filter down? You're so completely failing to sweep the filter down that nothing happens. Let's figure out how to make that filter engage. We got rev filter plus bitty 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 boo. One quick way to deal with that would be to take all of this junk out. There. So if I do that, we're not trying to modulate it, which I wanted to be able to do. But we should be able to filter it and hear what it did. Maybe I actually don't want to be modulating the frequency of this filter. Maybe that part's just not working for me today. I'm not sure why that would be, but we can't but try. So here's a simplified version. See a lot of conversation going on, so I'm going to take a moment and read chat. Dum. So yeah, that's interesting. So Smurf Tim, if you are making breakcore drill and bass, your what you call bass might actually be a very mid-rangey noise. That said, do not assume that you have to place things in different stereo positions to mix them. Sometimes frequency fighting is what you want. Go and listen to some old Creedence Clearwater Revival sometime. Listen to something like, oh, I don't know, Born on the Bayou. Or Proud Mary. Proud Mary is freaking mono. And yet it blends, even though all of the sounds are sitting in about the same frequency ranges. That's because they balance and they merge properly. So consider that. And yeah, you're gonna want to be careful about putting sub-basses in the sides in general principles. That's typically not going to work very well. Back over to here, where I have now changed the way that it tries to do some of this. And back over to the loud click. We do have the ability, I believe, to engage the click. And we now have it filtered. So now what have we got? Promising, promising. So now that thump, as I've established, that thump is partly a control voltage. It's modulating back and forth between one sound and another. But what it's modulating between is dry and this. And this is now a low-pass filtered sound, and the low-pass filtered sound is taking out a bunch of that click. And this is purely the low-pass filtered sound. You can kind of see in the waveform that it's rolled off. If you go elsewhere, this is not rolled off. So what the end result of that, with threshold and crank clicks, etc., being the way that it is, and the frequency, we may or may not benefit from having gate frequency change. I'm not entirely sure. As we have that filtered sound. But the control voltage, you hear the loud pop, will go back and forth between dry and this, which is filtered enough that the clicks aren't there anymore, giving us this. Listen to how the high frequencies will come back when I switch over to full volume and the normal output. And we're really starting to get there. Really starting to get there. Also, if I cut threshold down, I should make it start to be able to chatter a little bit. And there it is. And we can raise threshold until it's not engaging at all. Closer and closer to having it actually work. Well, if we have it chatter, what happens when we fool with gate frequency? That might be a thing. Please chatter. Thank you. Okay, without gate, what happens is the chatter kind of grinds a little bit. If gate matches the roll-off frequency, if gate is much lower, and if gate is that much lower, it does nothing. And that's possibly fine. The whole idea of this other gate is for the purpose of letting it resist sounds like this. Where a lot's happening. So what happens if we're engaging the filtering? I'm trying to figure out whether it sounds better at different settings. I do feel like it's chattering more here. And if we have it at 0, that means it's going to force it not to make any sounds. So that's not exceptional. It's at a lower frequency now. And this is more or less at the frequency that the replacement is. We get something there. Again, this is the intended output. What's happening when it grinds like that? What do we got? Apply, and let's have a look at what it is doing when it is doing the thing. it honestly doesn't look all that different. But there's an obvious grinding noise in there. In here, we've got some of the noise. This is where it's kicking in the wrong place. What is it making happen? These little, when we zoom in, these little black specks are probably where the distortion sits and where it's not supposed to be doing what it's doing. So, if we zoom in, what is that actually doing? It feels like it might be swapping back and forth between stuff it's not supposed to be doing. So we can confirm that it is clearly doing a lot of grinding. We're not supposed to be doing that. I suppose I could set it up so I could listen to gate frequency or look at what gate frequency is doing. That might be a useful way to modulate. In fact, I could do that to suppress the depth in which it goes. Okay, so wild idea. Let's have a look at some of these things. Let's have a look at the output of this. Rect, rectile and rectar. So I think I can get out access to this, but I might have to delay it a bit. We're going to have a look at what that's doing at times like that. So when we got the ugly noisy, the thing that we are comparing Crackles against looks like this. And then we got that one little speck there. That can't literally be rect though, because that's rectified. This is a negative swing. That can't happen. How about here? Again, normal clicks is set to rect, which is supposed to be always a positive value. And yet that is the last thing I would call a positive value. So what's going on here? Well, one thing that's going on here is I assumed this was going to always be a positive value because it had been full wave rectified. That's clearly not true. I'm feeding a rectified signal into it, but then what I'm getting out of it is not. So let's go from there. And when I say go from there, what I mean is let me go away from the camera, perhaps putting on some music of some kind, and throw another log on my fire, wash my coffee cup, and use the restroom. However, one thing I will do is put on some music that you probably have not heard. Although it's going to take forever for it to load. There it goes. There we go. It only wants to select that, huh? Well, there you go. As long as I don't have that amplifier's going, and I've been thinking. By the way, this is what this one sounds like without doubleplay. The hats and things are very, very bright, and the lows are extremely deep. So here's the deal with rect. Rect is meant to be a rectified value that stays roughly at the loudness of the sound. But what we're doing is applying this weird filter that I've designed, which is going to work just fine for most of my stuff. But this is causing the filter to go strongly negative sometimes. And anytime it goes negative, that means it's going to try to kick in the control voltage in places where it shouldn't be. Near and far, the smooth rectified version, so we're referring to that, minus max near and far. This is what's supposed to be getting larger and making it harder to engage the threshold. We have a problem if near and far and rect go negative all the time, because that's just kicking it in. It's just kicking it in more. Taking a moment to glance over chat. I like it when chat talks about stuff that I'm not even in tune with. So what that means is maybe it's time to do something else. Namely, what would happen if this is what's really going on. We're putting in absolute values. We're doing a filter, but not everything is as it seems to be. What happens if rect L, I just force it, and rect R to always be positive and leave everything else the same? If I do this, it's always going to be positive. But what does that do to the control voltage? Let's find out. Let's find out right now. It built. I'm going to have the chance to take away some of this stuff. That's not the thing I wanted to open. That's not. There we go. That's better. Select a random section. Not an effect stack, but Crackle. If we listen to this section, it should thump. And it has, meaning that it is kicking in the control voltage. Now if we listen to rect or study rect and see what it does, we get this. And indeed it is all positive. It's meant to be the background over which the clicks must rise. So that at least worked. Let's now see what happens when we put it to a louder section. This is supposed to make it rise even more. I'm going to say that looks fairly effective. See? It's kind of wavering and stuff there. Also, if I cut the frequency down even more, it doesn't actually go that much farther, so maybe it's fine the way it is. Cut the frequency down all the way, nothing happens at all. And that is expected. I thought it would do that. If I don't have much frequency on, what do we get? We get much larger sways. Idea. Let's try running rect off of not the slew only version. Let's try running it not off of the slew only version. See? There's input sample L. Maybe we're already not. No, we are. We are. Okay, well that's easily fixed though. Dry sample L is actually the one that's not slew only. Now let's see what we get. Probably worth renaming that. The hope here is that we can make the loud passages resist that chattering that they do, meaning that we'll be able to set threshold lower, meaning that this whole thing is going to work a little better if in fact that helps and works. So, apply. That looks very much like a rectified version. Yeah. Very little filtering happening there. But if we set it to the mid-rangey frequency that we're using for that, all of a sudden we don't see that spike from where the click was. That's encouraging. That is very encouraging. It's following to its level best, but it's able to remove the click, meaning that the click will show up over threshold. And then if we did a very bassy version, it's barely registering at all, but that wasn't really the subsoniciest section in the world. Tell you what, let's not bother with that. Let's assume we can set it to the same filtration setting. Here's the sound as it chatters. As it gets louder, it should kick in more. And yet, doing a slightly better job. It's doing a slightly better job of resisting it. There's that one click. And then if we do the declicking, alrighty, this is promising. This is definitely promising. So in our noisier, clickier sections, with that same threshold that worked on the loud bits, because that's going to matter. That's going to be important. I still hear a tiny hint of clicking. But I feel like maybe that's not as loud as it normally would be. There's one. It's not hitting the quietest sections. So here's a question. Jonathan, actually you were mistaken. It is not density, and I never said that it was. That the big name producer had me do an Apple Silicon version because he was freaking out because his special plugin was not working on his computer anymore. That was not density. That said, very cool that Focus has stuff in his folder, and it is not Focus I'm talking about. As far as, I literally own a distressor. Distressor is a compressor. It's got a few extra things there, but it's a compressor. It is in fact a digital compressor. What it's doing is it is running a VCA, and it is not necessarily, I don't think it's converting the audio to digital and converting it back after compressed. I think what it's doing is it's converting the audio to digital or tracking it in some way that involves putting it into digital, and then modulating a VCA based on what it learns. But the VCA is in the analog chain, and so the distressor is doing digital control of a analog volume, as it were. That's a distressor. Meanwhile, we're doing pretty well here. So my next question becomes, firstly, do I need to even deal with crank clicks? Am I doing anything with IIR slew? Like if I take this out, does it refer to anything? One way to find out. IR slew. Are we even using IR target? How many of these things can I take out? Nope. That one is being used actively. We're doing better without this stuff, so we'll take it away. Hmm. Anything to be gained by doing this part? I wonder. I really wonder. This is part of the slew. This is my control. This is how it ramps up and down. So all of those things are real. This, not so much. Don't know if I need all of these. Am I even using 3 banks of delays anymore? B and C. Yes, I am. There's A, there's B, there's C. Yes, I am. Here's a thought. Okay, so rect L and rect R, those are controlling the background against which we are detecting clicks. They're already doing better as far as does it successfully avoid kicking in too hard when the volume kicks up. Can we exaggerate it in such a way that it's more sensitive at quieter parts? So when it gets real quiet, it can go to town on the clicketiness, but when the volume builds up, it becomes that much less likely, including the use of the filtration, to actually let the control voltage engage. So there is a way that I can do this, and it is multiplying rect L and rect R by themselves, which I can actually do right here. Note that I need it to stay absolute value inside itself there, because that's helping it stay as a positive voltage. So I can do this, but there is going to be an unintended side effect from doing that. What happens when I do that is everything gets quieter because it's all tending to be quiet little sounds. Only full crank is even close to 1. So our quiet sounds become impossibly and unreasonably quiet. Note that we still have the ability to look at the output of this. So there is some other possibilities in store here other than simply trying to use a power factor, although we can have a look at what it does first. So we're generating it by these couple of values, and then we can multiply it by itself, which is the same as going rectl times rectl. I could do that. This will help if I want to make, oh, hi, what's going on? Oh, we're doing something by mistake. I forgot to remove a thing. And that is not being used, and that is not being, oops, hi. I'm derping around real hard today. We do not need this. We're not using it anywhere else either. Can you belt? Let's find out if you can. You can. I'll clean it up a little bit more later. Right now, I want to see what this funny change just did. Pretty sure I know one thing it's going to have done. Decrackle. Rather than normal, let's set it to only listening to that. Apply. And we see that it has become next to nothing. And that's because in order to make this show up, we have to multiply it by a large sum. In other words, if we kept it the way that it was, it would be acting more like the height of that, but we've made it become much smaller. Also bear in mind that this is the thing that we're storing, and stuff has to become, the threshold of the clicks has to become louder than this in order to kick in the click version. So we can effectively make it like it's almost impossible to make the declicking kick in when stuff is really loud. And it'll be interesting to see what that does. What kind of thing we might want to try. Successfully removed that. We're never going to use all of these. Oh dear. I should clear these error messages, because when there are error messages, it takes forever to delete stuff I'm not using. Not using that. Not using that. Edge delay. We're probably going to make this be preset. We're probably going to make that be preset. I will check to see how they relate to overall scale. Are we using IIR cut anywhere? Yes. Taper up on attack. Here's our rect, and we can simply just make it be much, much louder. And then we'll see it. Might actually be more than we need there, but that's fine. We can also do fun things like throw it into a sine function so that it's applying its nonsense differently. For now, let's see what we got out of this. Here's what to watch for. It may have gone way too far. See this? We're replacing this with a rect, which should be a waveform that sits around defining how loud the click has to be to rise above that. So in other words, if this was an absolute value and this was over here, If this waveform ends up being up here somewhere, then the click would not be removed anymore. Also, as long as we're doing this, let's scooch it over. This is the quiet section, because that's kind of key to what we want to make happen. We're trying to make it so that that line gets changed to rect and goes farther up when the loud bits happen and not as far up when the quiet bits are happening. And let's see what we got, though, because we use 64. That might be too much. And 64 is kind of sort of too much. But the quiet parts are still giving plenty of opportunity for cutting down. Quiet parts got really exaggerated, in fact. So if we do it without the power function, it's going to closely match this shape. A shape where it starts to crunch when it's trying to kick in on the loud bits. But then if we do this, it starts to, well, what we get is this. See, it clicked. So now we've got it kind of fighting itself. Got the threshold all the way down. But it still can't kick in. It can't even get this click. Because the volume of rect is too high. But I think it's trying to get the quieter ones. So that's interesting. What that's showing me is the way I've got it set up, it's still ground a little bit over here. Did not catch the loudest click, which it would have before. But then it settles down and becomes quiet again, and it's not catching the quietest clicks either. That's interesting. Also, if I measure it, I can see what the output of this, what it's comparing the clicks against. Again, the lines have to go past what this ends up becoming for it to engage the declickification. But this is very, very aggressive, to the point where it cannot declickify some of that stuff. So let's go in and see what happens if we do something else. Like, rather than having it be that enormous of a boost, we can start by saying rectl equals pow rectl times 2, or so check this out. What if instead we make a very small change there, but we add it to what's already there? That's going to increase the level that I've got, but it's going to increase the level way more when the sound is actually loud, to the point where if we're actually clipping or full volume sound, we'll basically have a double full volume sound. Let's see what this does. Because the other thing that it was doing was it was making the quietest parts very, very, very quiet indeed. It was making the quietest parts quieter. I feel like there's going to be a happy medium in there somewhere. Gabriel, quiet note. You're a brave man if you're trying to use Console X without ever using the Juice version. The Juice version makes it kind of more accessible in a number of ways. Doing it with all just the sliders daunts my mind. That's a lot to take on. Anyways, here we have this. Also, I am wondering whether it's worth doing a bit of cross-modulation, so that if we have a lot of mid energy, like, check this out. That I can sit down under here. So we've got that, right? But what if we also cross-modulated? What then? Also, we don't really have to do the power factor like this, but we will. In that case, mid sounds will tend to make both channels more resistant to engaging with clicks. So there's our quiet bit. We can see where some of the clicks live. Same deal. Apply this, we're looking at the output of rect, meaning we're looking at the control voltage of how loud everything is meant to be, but we're keeping it a lot more normal now. That looks a lot like we're sticking to the basic loudness of everything. But we're not blasting away the loudness of the click that was a negative swoop down here. So we went from that, and again, this is what the click is. There's another click here, poking out there. Apply it, and you kind of see where the click lived, but it was beyond that, and this is where the other click was, and it's beyond that. And what that means is, come on, engage. There's threshold. It's not supposed to engage on that stuff, but we're supposed to get it solidly on the clicks and ticks and things. But the clicks aren't supposed to be any louder than they naturally are. I do kind of hear it, even on those quiet little ones, though. So in that case, we're going to want threshold to be higher. And maybe we want more of that threshold is higher, we're no longer getting these ones. So as we do this, it's going to grind a little bit going to the loud parts. But it's doing a better job of catching the little quiet ones. Yeah, I feel like I hear it kicking in. Especially right there. So what that tells me is go back to some of what I was doing before. We've made 2 changes. I only need to make the 1. Or rather, I need to make the 2, but watch this. Do it like that. Same thing as the power of 2. And you know, I can even split the difference here. We'll add another level that is still power of 2, but now we are mixing the channels. And there we are. So if we did that enough, we would basically be the same as multiplying by 2 here. It's all good. Let's see how we do. Because again, the more of this, the more the loud passages will drive rect higher and higher. We've already done the filtering. We're applying it to the delay buffer. If rect is higher, that means that it will not kick in. Ideally, we would like to have it set up so that it's capable of hitting its threshold and declicking stuff that's these little quiet sections, because it's closer to the raw output. And then when the loud stuff happens, it's closer to making a big old swing and perhaps even stopping some of the loud clicks from going because it's loud already. We're basically setting the balance between how easily can this declicking kick in. And we have clearly made it go very loud indeed. To the extent that it is able to not respond to the loud click, though? One way to find out. That's probably not clicks, though. It's trying to engage. I don't know whether it engaged for that one. There's a way to deal with that, though. And it engaged in that one. And it engaged in that one. One way is to just back off the threshold. We're trying to have it not engage on this, but still engage on that click. Suppose we can have a look at what that was. I'm not convinced that it got that louder click. Might be worth letting you engage threshold slightly more than this. Our frequency stuff is probably still good. Also, let me take a moment and continue fussing with the fire. Takes a lot of fussing, but that's one of the things for doing a wood stove rather than like burning fuel oil or whatever. You are the thermostat. You're like, I want to throw another log on this fire. And then you do. There is not a machine sitting around going, better turn on the fire. Instead, you are the only one who can turn on the fire. And you do. This ought to catch pretty soon. I gotta say, I have a pretty positive feeling about how this day is going. It's not even 3 yet, and I feel like if I really needed to, I could crank this together and have something that worked as a declicker already. What I'm trying to do is make it an amazing declicker. So, here's a thought. There's going to be a difference between enhancing the levels going into the filter and enhancing the levels going out of the filter. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is I'm doing a filter that's designed to work only on positive voltages. It's the control voltage filter. It's set to the same thing as the tone filter. And it is designed to smooth the control voltage out so that the control voltage is not being modulated at the speed of a click. It should be able to remove the clicks and take them away, make them bassy again. And the output of this filter is being smoothed by the filtration, and then I'm multiplying it, or I'm adding these power function things in there, which are causing the end result to do this. See, quiet stuff is quieter, loud stuff is louder. It's a smoothing filter, meaning that what we're getting out of it, if I zoom in, is actually squiggly waveforms that are spending a lot of time louder than 0. 0 is the point where we can have a click and it will register as a click to be removed. This is the stuff that is going louder than that. And you see how it is just accelerating up into this zone? Without that, this is likely to be smoother curves. It's going to be trying to make basically the same speed of curves, but as we are ramping it up like this top stuff starts getting pointy, but there's no special reason for it to be that. What if it was still smooth curves up there, meaning that it spent more time higher up, less time down near 0? We've got it so that it can accelerate back down to 0 real quick. And that's part of the nature of how this works. That's happening because of all this. But. This is one way of doing a complicated power function. What if we, rather than doing the absolute value calculation here, started this like this? I'll get the missing D. My keyboard is wearing out after many years of service. Oops. No. See what this does? That's going to cause rect L and rect R to be a lot smaller. So we can kind of enhance it from here, perhaps. Maybe that would be a good idea. If we enhance it enough, then threshold would have to be larger in order for that to work. So, or no? Don't mind me, I'll figure this all out. Actually, let's get a little more exaggerated. The first time I tried this, I was at times 64, and it made everything go really high. So if we do this, now we are multiplying the thing by itself. We're doing the power function, causing little tiny values to become infinitesimal, and larger values to be larger by relative. And then we're doing the filtering. So the top corners should be the same roundness as the bottom corners, because we want it to hang out near the top if stuff is loud, rather than to swoop down to the bottom as fast as it can in order to let the sound kick in. Let's see what we got. Here's our test audio. I'm going to try this on the Edward Murrow stuff, with their sexy Socrates that he keeps going on about. But for starters, here's what we have out of this. Crackle. We'll set it to looking at only the output of that control voltage. Apply it. And our control voltage seems to still be capturing. Interesting. Why are... I didn't think I was cross-modulating, so... Oh, wait, no, I know. It's modulating both of them at the same time, which is fine. That is okay. I think. So that is cutting the volume of this stuff down to next to nothing, but allowing this to go up and be kind of louder. And our click is a very loud sound. And this stuff is... See what I was talking about? When the music is going, we've got these waves and shapes and stuff. And they're trying to chase how that's going. I have another experiment to do. We had that going on. In fact, I can even zoom in to here. So there's a click, and there's a tiny click. And if I do it just like this, I see that the click has now become part of the background control voltage, and the tiny click is not there. Presumably because it was so loud that it would pass the threshold. But what if I slowed down the frequency? Gate frequency is what controls this part. I just slowed it down a lot. Now what have we got? I slowed it down by making it not respond to anything. So that's not exactly what I had in mind. But up this high, it's not tracking that one. What if we go a little bit smaller? Alrighty, it feels like I can boost this more. Starting to see something happening. So check this out. The height of the actual waveform rectified is yay big, and then the click is yay big. Click has to be louder than the output. If we slow it down to this amount, here's our output, but then here is our click. It's going to occupy more length. but it is not actually going that much louder than the background music. So we're starting to see a relevant frequency in here. What we're not seeing is relevant loudnesses. So this is probably a fine time to go in and enhance this a bit. Couple more orders of magnitude, but not all the way to 64. And just for fun, let's try this. Let's go hard. Well, rather than power of 2, we're going to go power of 3, but with a bit of cross modulation. What that should do, middle channel stuff, honestly, I could just about speculating in the idea of simply doing power of 2, but doing it purely with cross modulation, because you know the thing about clicks, they're not on both channels. They're not on both channels. What that means is mono stuff will come out louder, but stuff that's only clicks is going to be forced to be much, much quieter. Which is what we want for this. Let's give it a try. Both of these, both of them are purely cross modulation. It will react only to, I do still have to make it the absolute value though now, because it's possible for this to come out as a negative value now. No worries, got that covered. And the reason is we're not multiplying the thing by itself anymore. We could be multiplying it by the same polarity if it's a mono signal, but it's now going to stridently refuse to react to clicks. If there's a click and it's on only one side, the other side will not correspond, and it'll force it to be quieter because the loudness of the click, all through it, is going to not be mirrored by the same signal in the other side. And which probably means I don't need to go to 64, do I? We'll go loud, but we won't go that loud. That's exciting. Remember how I was talking about how I wanted to bring in the cross-channel stuff? All that talk about how I could make it work like this and thus and so because clicks only existed in one channel or the other. Well, this is exactly what it needs to do in order to make that really function. Select a big old area and let's see what it thinks the control voltage needs to be out of this. It should not have any of these spikes, the clicks poking up, but it should be taking up about as much space as the waveform, or arguably more. More might work. About as much space, I would call that. It's really able to kick in. And we got that out of the background audio. Keep an eye on the way the shape goes of that. So if we listen to what the click zone is like under these circumstances, here's the click zone. I hear it trying to kick in. is definitely trying to kick in. We don't have as many actual clicks here, though. There's one. Registered. Does it grumble over this? Maybe a little bit. So it's struggling just a bit. We've got it on the control voltage mode now, where anytime it hits an actual click, there's a thump in addition to the click. So if the loud bits don't make horrible scrunches, we know they're going to be clean. Clean so far. Does it do the click? No. It would have done a thump if that click was working. So this is interesting. Just trying to think of what I need to do now to get it to behave that much better. We're in that zone where it's starting to act like something worth having. Again, here's a background. It's not necessarily making more of that one click, although I gotta say, reducing that means we have a big obvious loud click as a result. This is slowing down the speed of reacting. And we're actually able to make it go quite loud, perhaps to the point that let's scale it down so we can see what it's doing. I do also have many more like this. The choice of this number 4 is quite arbitrary. Where you could just randomly make it be 16. Because originally it went up to like 35. If we do that, here's what we get. We get more layers of the filter, and the filter's got a way of reacting to stuff. Many poles means that it's going to be more resonant at its frequency and get rid of higher frequency stuff more aggressively. So what we've got here let's just arbitrarily decide that that should be 2 for starters. Apply that. There's a waveform. It's still kind of high. I don't know if I have a monitoring the direct output yet, though. But then if I cut the frequency down a bit, it will not react anywhere near as quickly. And the bulk of that shape is a little closer to how loud the click was. And this is what that looks like when it's trying to respond to isolated pulses, but it's sort of doing it like this. We do have a real tendency if it's returning to 0 awfully fast. I'm not sure I want that. That has to do with the resonant frequency. If it didn't have such a high resonant frequency, it would be spending more time sitting around the maximum of its travel rather than having it just ruthlessly going back to silence so often, or bouncing off of silence like this. That has me wondering a number of things. Because the darker I take this, the more it should be floating around. It should be acting like it's got a degree of DC offset, but the way this particular filter works, it just doesn't. The way this particular filter works, no matter how low frequency I set it, well, that kind of at least got rid of the spike for the peak. There's this tendency for it constantly to be returning to silence, even though the average of that should not be doing that. So let's see whether maybe my whole concept here can be simplified. That's probably fine for this filter. Although I have not listened to the output of that filter yet. Tell you what, let's make it so that I can listen to it too. What's this middle setting? This middle setting is tuning. So we will remove that. I doubt there's a reason to be using it. Now I can listen to what that filtered version sounds like all by itself. And look at what that does. And look at the shape of the, remember the wavy stuff that I've got, the shape of the trigger is always going to be like a angle going up to full volume and then an angle going back down again. It's not likely to do anything else. And now here we go. This stuff is the filtered one, but this is not meant to be as filtered. Yeah, mod filter is A. B is not actually given a special name anymore. So audio band filter, and B means not even that. So rectal is the input. Rectal fabs are all position, plus let's not do the angle. That's probably what's causing it to do what it's doing. Probably is. So this entire section, no. which means that doesn't need to be in a parenthesis anymore. Rect equals position times 1 minus b plus rect times b. Position is the continuing value. So much for angle. We're not using U angle. Same deal here. So there's a something. I believe this is what is causing the extent of resonance, forcing it to go down to low values so much. Which might be desirable under some circumstances, but in this case, no. Also means I'll be able to remove the angle from that one. So now these two are basically affecting each other. It's still not the simplest form of IIR filter, though. But we've just changed it, so let's see what we did. For fun, now we can also listen to what the filtered version sounds like, all by itself. So let's check this out. Here's the section. This is the loud section. Will this consistently stay higher or not? Let's put this back to the 0.2. We might actually end up with the one control to handle both of them. I don't know yet. Okay, you need to be considerably larger, but this looks good. That's now doing way more what I wanted. But it's not able to zoom up to the size of the shape. It's supposed to do the size of the shape, but then be able to... Well, we're at it. So this many, check it out, the more levels you add, the more resonant that cutoff frequency gets. So this is all bright and stuff. You start getting a real edge on it. Let's see how well it does at taking away the click. Not bad. It adds this powerful resonance, like right at the frequency. So that's interesting. Maybe we want to keep that. This is kind of what I was dealing with earlier on with this plugin, where I had it doing super loud resonant stuff at large numbers of poles. But that might prove handy for the gate part. And it certainly is proving handy to suppress the noise of the clicks out of the filtered one. The steeper we go, the better for that. So let's jump back in here and let's go full tilt bozo. This cross-modulating thing seems good, and it's making this all be very, very filtered. So let's just crank up the output, 64, seeing as we weren't able to get it to engage properly. See what that does. Also, I might cut that down. I could add a resonance control. Maybe that would come in handy. If this starts working, populate that out to a control that you can use, and you get to crank up the amount of resonance so that whenever it's substituting a thing, it can switch over to a sound that is really, really intense. But for now, let's have a look at what this looks like when we just run it on literally everything. Times 64. Okay, that's not very large. But it does look like it's kind of trying to follow the amounts. Looks a little bit like it's trying to do the thing. And I am in favor of how this is not a bunch of spikes that are just chasing 0 all the time. It's not constantly reverting to 0. If we use a much higher frequency, because with the additional resonance, it kind of can. Now what do we get? Well, it chases much faster, but it's doing a really good job of suppressing the clicks. Also, if I'm not mistaken, we don't actually need the control voltage is turning into mono. There's literally no difference between left and right now, for the reference. And that's interesting. I mean, if it works, who's complaining? Not me. And threshold needs to be higher than that in order to engage. So right now what we've got is this. Here's what it sounds like when you suppress the clicks. And here's what it sounds like when it's engaged a little too much. This is what's being removed. That's definitely receiving the clicks. And then as we increase threshold, it very quickly stops kicking in. I mean, it kind of is. But those clicks are obviously still there. And then listening to the output of it, I hear a little bit of that resonance, making it not line up perfectly. Grens were doing way better than we ever did. And that's cool. Still kind of sensitive. And then if we're just full top buzzo, so here's some interesting possibilities right there. We could take LP Freak and Gate Freak, combine them. We can have a resonance control. That would matter. And then threshold is very delicate. That can be a much smaller value. And some of the rest of this stuff kind of just can sit there. Speaking of stove, let's throw another log on the fire. Part of what I'm doing here is letting it run without the catalyst, which is going to cut down on the amount of just charcoal I have sitting around in there. We're cooking away the charcoal until it will all turn to ash. At the expense of me having to run slightly more firewood. But not so much that it's a big problem. And yeah, I can confidently say it's going way better than it has in previous days. So we'll let that fire up while I step out of here and start putting some of these choices into action. There. We can scale this, I think. Times let's see how that travel goes. We'll be able to hear what it sounds like. And oh, by the way, I'm running a new lens today, so easier to fit in the camera zone. Resonance is similar calculation. Let's call that Actually, this absolutely can straight up be an int from the word go. I'll cast it manually just so that no compiler gets upset with me. And we'll go up to 10 plus, what's a good starter? Let's make it go up to like 16. Maximum of 13 plus 3 equals 16. We don't need to have this here. That's going to need adjusting. These aren't getting used for anything, so goodbye. What else? Do we have C showing up anywhere else? One way to find out. Does it build? Okay, C was not being used anywhere else. C was only being used to define that one thing. Now we scale this. To become much smaller than it is. That should be a reasonable range. Maybe? Perhaps? Don't know. We'll find out soon enough. And then this stuff is all something else. These function as a relation to overall scale. Ref filter probably needs to also. Also, it doesn't need to be as big of a word. Edit all in scope. Ref filter, you say? How about instead we call it what? What does it look like? It doesn't matter. No problem. Didn't need to include any of this stuff, did we? That's funny. That's funny. So there's a start. There. All this do is make it apply where it needs to apply, because we get to use it directly just like this. Then F for filter, how about? R for resonance, how about? That's too tricky. We don't need to get that compressed with things. Whole thing is not really an IIR filter anymore anyhow, so might as well be a little more verbose. It'll only matter to anybody who's actually reading it. And this is not really resonance as much as it is stages, pulls. So we're going to call it pulls. And then we're going to use it. And that ought to work. And okay, so a C is rect L and R, except for they are ending up being exactly the same. So, since they're exactly the same, we do not technically need to have both of these there. We can have this combined. In fact, that makes pretty decent sense. We can have a single reference and here's how we'll do it. We're going to go in search of duplicate code. After making it all duplicate code. Hello. I see a bug. Do you see the bug? I see the bug. I see the bug. This should help. There. Bez-L, Bez-R. That was a bug and no mistake. That was all, and you wouldn't have noticed as one of the watchers of the stream because the stream's in mono, and so would this be. KCLASH. I don't intend to make a cassette stop VST. I feel like doing 2 cassette is actually on my desktop and ready to start working on, but it's not going to become a tape stop. It's not really the zone that I like working in. So yeah, that needed doing. This needs deleting because it is not being used. How many places is this? You know, that's probably fine. Let us proceed to try to fix some of these things that are broken and wrong. That part's fine. That never got updated to be stereo, so I can literally delete this and make it go away. Our control ends up being just mono. So we don't need that. And then what do we got? Give me a moment, and my car is getting fixed. I gotta take a minute. Hello. Yep. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh. Cool beans. Sounds like a plan. Yep. That's interesting. Well, you folks were the ones who did it. I went to Riverside. I went to you guys for it, so. You figure it's a 10-year-old car. Well. Give me within the nearest $1,000 estimate how much this is going to be. Yeah, because you can't actually blow beyond what I'm able to pay on the credit card. That seems like that would be bad. Well, her is both. I need to be able to pay. Yeah, it's just me talking to a garage trying to fix my car. I can probably keep doing this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Go for it. That would sure be helpful. I'm concerned that I need to pick it up on Friday in case you guys aren't there. Fair. I mean, I'm absolutely prepared to pay, like I said, but I don't understand how it, like, the idea of leaving it there with the keys in the ignition seems like a bad move. That's not normally how I go, so. Yeah. talk to you tomorrow about that. I'm actually literally on a live stream, and that's basically how I get money to pay for you, so it's all good, and I will continue doing it. But I dare say I'll talk to you tomorrow. And yeah, you're staying within the realm where I'm all systems go. Please go and fix my car. And I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. Bye-bye. Yeah, man, when guys like Todd in the Shadows have their car fall into a million pieces or their dog fall into a million pieces, they basically have to... Ooh, hang on. What is this? Why is it saying ISR angle is not declared in the scope? It should be. What's that about? That's why. How is this even a thing? I have missed a trick. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Nope, that's not right. Look at that. How is this even built? I've got this all backwards. I've done this wrong. Let me see if I can fix it. I'm amazed it was working at all. How is that even possible? There. That's what it needed to be. I do not understand how I was able to redefine stuff like that. But yeah, generally when... let's do this while we're at it. And I'm going to see if it builds. Oh, we're still not doing well. What on earth is going on here? Is it because I'm using S and R for things? Is that it? What's your little problem? That's your little problem. Let's fire this back up. I am confusing myself needlessly. That's not awesome. But yeah, usually when Todd runs into major car problems, he makes a bunch of special features and does a lot of train records. And it's like, I'm doing train records in order to pay for all this. I don't have anything like that. I basically give you everything that I can at all times. And so I do not have the ability to do extra stuff when my car dies. But my car will not necessarily die because the guy may very well be able to fix it. He says that both of the front wheel bearings are probably shot to the point of ridiculous, which I had already noticed. And apparently the rear brakes aren't working at all. And the front brakes ain't great. So brakes might be good. I think people would like me to have brakes in my car. And the wheel bearings would be good too. And I am damn sure that I spotted them being broken. He's not just making that up. The car's driving crazy. It's like grinding, trying to go around corners, and it's just generally terrifying. And so I'd rather not deal with that. So I shall not. Instead, I'll figure out what this is. I just tried to change it, and it did no good. So how should this be? I feel like I should be able to figure out how this should be. This can't be that damn hard. I've just got it kind of backwards, that's all. So that should define those things. And then H, what the heck does H even mean? And bearing in mind also that I've got this kind of weird, let's just make all of these say IAR for now. Why is this H here? I do not understand. What was I doing? What was I thinking? It's making no sense. If I can make it work in defining the variables, I can fix this part. Which I can start by literally changing all those. And then we'll go from there. Jonathan asking about using mastering and dubplate at the same time. Mastering's meant to be very much more subtle than dubplate, so it's not going to hurt you to use mastering. Maybe it would even be a good way of bringing some of that bass back. I don't know. Let's give us more crank. Alrighty, where are we at? This is the part that's giving me fits. So these are supposed to be working normally, and this gets to be something entirely else. How about everything that says IAS becomes IAR for starters? What I was doing previously was dumb, and I'm not going to do it anymore. So find and replace. And we're not going to deal with any of that anymore. After all, it's kind of like they are IAR filters. They're just part of a larger filter. That should do it. I don't think I have them anywhere else. I'm probably not done yet, but I can see how many of these things are not implemented yet. Oh, hey, we're redeclaring things. That's what I thought it was going to complain about in the first place, so that's dumb. On the other hand, it's now happy, so that's interesting. Here's our CV band. This stuff seems all cool. Let's modify all of these at this seam. Well, hang on. No, it's easier than that. IIRC for the CV band. And it's nowhere near as complicated as the other stuff. Cool. So now I need these in IIR, L, and R in each way, and then position in C. There's L and R. And then just that one, because we don't need angle in the CV. We don't need angle in the CV. And we don't need more than just position. So that should work. Also, what's my largest setting I can scale this down to? Threshold goes up to, no, poles, 16. So we can be safe and define it to like 18. Actually, that is not an 18. That is a weird number. That's an 188. Hang on. I got this, I swear. Learning about how my car is in dire straits has apparently affected me. I'm going to make these shorter as well. Position is what I usually use for buffers, for delay lines. These are not delay lines. I don't think it should be called position. Angle, that's fine. That's kind of what that thing does. Position, no. It's the IIR sample. So it's the storage sample that's chasing the other sample. Usually I call that IIR sample. We'll call it the same. That's the trouble with using really strained terminology for things, is you can make it just inaccessible. We're going to change all of those to sample. I'm going to move them a tiny bit around so that the samples are next to each other. And all of this ought to work once I have finished fixing it. That all needs to change to sample. In selection. Boom. And now I gotta do the same thing up here. But I don't need all of these. I only need that. And we're going to arrange them the way I had them as they were being defined. If I can. Bet I can. There we go. And we're going to count up to 17 this time. Don't worry about defeating the purpose of a plugin that's just a weird noise anyway. It's fine. You could boost into dubplate and all that would happen is it would start sounding more interesting. In fact, using mastering to increase girth going into dubplate is probably the best thing that you can do for the time being. Let's see if it builds. Does it build? It does. So we've got that behaving a little bit more normally. I do not remember what else I have going on. I got interrupted by the call about my broken car, which is not with me, by the way. It is at the garage, and the hope is to be able to have my car back at some point. It'd be nice. Back for less than the cost of buying another car, which at this stage I don't think I could do. I don't have that kind of money to be able to simply replace a car. Although there are times when I've been in that situation and I had to run off to get some kind of horrible monster broken nightmare car. This is a 10-year-old car, but it's only got 80,000 miles on it, and I'd love to be able to continue to have it. That would be really nice. So apply. Hang on. Why is this not updated? I don't think I relabeled everything. Let's deal with that right now, because that's not okay. After doing this and not relabeling it, goodness gracious me. Filter polls threshold. D E. So Windows still does something. Half trig is still doing something. F is not doing anything. G is not doing anything. H is not doing anything. We got away from that. I is moderating how loud I get to increase crank. So I can scale it back from 32 if I like. And then J is my overall control. So half trig, that's actually going to be... trigger position is what that is. And it needs to be slightly larger than 0.5, which it is, so I haven't touched it. I got a 2012 Fiat Punto. Cool beans. That's slightly older than mine. Might have more miles on it, though. I really like mine, although I don't know how it got beat up so hard. Bearings are like pfoot. That said, I have done road trips on it before. The hope is I can even go do road trips on it again. But if it, I would have to like resign from a convention if I wanted to avoid doing road trips on it ever. Because in this day and age, I ain't flying places. I'm sorry. That's not good. Flying places, not of the good. So here we go. Except for we don't. Why are we no hearing nothing? What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be hearing something? Are we simply too loud? Is that the problem? It started out as 16 and it was doing okay. I do have increasing loudnesses off of this, though. Here we've got that. We removed this. That's how that's done. We don't refer again to that. Oh, hang on. The middle section is the filtered section. That's my output. Now it's going to be a mono control voltage. Okay, I've done a lot of work on the control voltage to make it work better. So it's probably not at all broken. It's probably okay. I freaked out because I didn't hear anything when I used it. But I will end up not having, either not having that at all or not having it do all of these things. So here's my rolled off. Okay, that's bassy. That's brighter. And you can kind of hear the sounds. Here's the number of poles. I gotta wait around for it to get kicked in again. So you get to make it like loud and sonorous. That is very successfully getting rid of the clicks. Here's all the clicks being removed. Here's threshold. Ah. And there's crank. So arguably we don't want it to click as much on that. But it did at least get that click. Here's our crackliness, which is rather faint. Let's do this section. We've set it up for maximum crackliness while still doing anything. It is in fact engaging on some clicks. If we filter the heck out of it, you can kind of hear it meddling with stuff, because if you turn the filter all the way down, it will act as if it is making it be silent. In fact, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but what if they can be ganged usefully? And here's our most hardcore setting. Dark. So what's happening here is, as we have it doing drastic overkill and kicking in too easily, I'm fooling with filter and pulse to see if there's a point where I can get like a useful way for it to interact. Here's a loud bit. See, more pulls and our resonance starts to kick in. Right, let's do only that bit. Fewer pulls. Not as aggressive, because the output is not as high. We can make it way too loud. Is that too soft? Well, 0.2 seems to be a happy place. Again, this is us trying to make it too aggressive. In hopes of having it behave nicely when it does take out too much in the way of clicks. You'll notice that it is effectively taking out that one click. Now, what does it sound like at that setting? Let's say we're at 0.203. One more. That feels kind of like the interjections it makes are in the general ballpark. What that means is that the sound of the filtered stuff is here. And it's doing a pretty good job of suppressing the clicks. So maybe we have a fixed pulse setting that's swapping this sound in. Around there, I hear the drone of it. And then the idea is raise threshold until it is not engaging. Threshold does not need to be padded as hard as it is. Also, I'm going to want more range so that I can be really sure to raise threshold above any sound that it produces. So pulse 2.46 or pulse 0.246. Threshold needs to be larger. I can go back to a fixed number for pulse, so 0.246 times 13. Three plus 3, 6 pulls at once. Six. There. Using the replacing of variables to good effect. That ought to do it. This amplification for rect seems to be working pretty good for the time being. Filter frequency, I bet, is going to want different settings, and people will like having different settings on it. Thresholds definitely needs different settings. Pulse, I'm not finding that that's going to need different settings. I'm finding there's a sweet spot where it starts to work, and that's what I think it should be. So there we go. I have one further idea in mind. At no point do I ever do anything with count that is other than the very one, so I do not need it to be called count 8. This is the internal personal version of count that the other one doesn't refer to. Hang on, do we even use this for anything at all? Well, that just got weird, but I bet I can fix it. Do we use this for anything? We did not. We did not use that for a thing. I don't think we even incremented it. You can go away now too. You can move over here so that you can look a little bit more orderly. Same with you. That doesn't actually make any sense, but I don't care. It's fine. Orderings of things. And name look of count changed means that we have a simple update to make. Hang on. Slow up. Whoa there. Whoa there. this is what it needs to do. Is not to do it that way. Is what? Do it this way. We're going to call it X, just because X marks the spot and is what sometimes you count with. And then we're going to call it X here too. And then it should be fine. It was fine. Oh, I did change the one thing though. Hang on. Oh, it's 4. I need to thaw out. I might be getting to the end of this pretty soon, but I do have a further thing to do. Threshold starts at 1/2 rather than 0.2. So threshold can be higher than that. Also, that is no longer usable serviceable. You know, I was going to do other plugins today too, but if we're able to get this one done, that will be satisfactory. What? What's your little problem? Oh, hi. That's acting a little weird. That's why it's not happy. We're trying to use this for all this stuff. I just took it away from those 4 next loops. I just took it away from the instantiation, but it's still sitting around here. These must go. We're going to do exactly the same thing that we did before. Replace the things in selection, which makes it smaller and tidier too, so there's that. And X, it wouldn't have run properly, I tell you. And X now means count up and do stuff with the array inside here. That's what X means here. My stomach is rumbling a little bit. And count now only means the position in these delay buffers, as it should. Now let's see where we're at. Going to set this to going using the machine on it. That doesn't do anything. That and that and that don't do anything. Threshold. Higher. There's some clicks. Skip over to here. Those are only very delicate little effects. Doing a pretty good job of registering the tiniest of clicks, which is what we want. And then lastly, here's what the filter stuff sounds like. It's going to replace the sound with this for each little window of click. Weirdly, I'm still hearing the tiniest of crackling, which maybe I can just live with. Anyhow, back in a moment. I'm going to defrost some cheese for my tacos because I should get to celebrate with tacos after this is all done and said. I would adore being able to completely obliterate every single little click no matter what. But the next thing we do after I defrost the food and maybe throw another log on the fire is try it on our crazy Edward R. Murrow talking about Socrates. Okay. I'm going to throw a little more wood on this fire, just 'cause. I'm going to burn too lackadaisically. We're going to do a thing. Do nicely. Meanwhile, this is honestly behaving itself pretty well. Coming along pretty good. So, some of this stuff maybe I can fiddle with. Right now, that's behaving itself okay. As promised, let's go and play with Socrates. Or enjoy Edward R. Murrow enjoying Socrates in a rather special way. Oh God, is that not the... No, that's not the short version. Yikes. I should have picked the one that says it's the short version. That was a long, long version. And here we go. Here's what we start with.
This is Ed Murrow. Most of what we are told about the immortals of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about their basic personal beliefs. But they are immortal at least as much because of these as because of their creative achievements.
Interesting. Definitely going to include monitoring only the click section.
Of their contemporaries.
That's important.
We asked the guests who had appeared on the This I Believe program which of the immortals of history they would most wish to hear tell their own beliefs. We have pretty closely followed their replies. We are not applying a yardstick to greatness and saying that these 10 are the greatest.
And
they just came naturally to mind. It happens that only 2 of them are ancient. Confucius and Socrates were shaping the concept.
I'm thinking what needs to happen here is I need to have a lower range for threshold. What it's doing is it needs to... Oh my God, everybody left. Concurrent viewers 2. What the heck is that about? Oh, no, it lies. It says concurrent viewers 11. Doesn't really matter anyhow. The part that matters is, can I get this to work? And maybe I can. We'll see. We'll see. So, got this much so far. Got that. We're going to rename those because input sample rapidly gets turned into high frequency filter sample. So that ought to work. And what did we want? We wanted threshold to be a negative number to some extent. Well, the power of 2 seems to be sitting okay. Let's get a little cheeky and throw in the golden ratio just so that it's potentially slightly larger. Gotta love that. And then let's change the range. So that it can go down into the negative values rather than being only a positive value, so that we can make it engage more aggressively. And how much more aggressively do we need? That remains to be seen. Also, just for fun, let's increase this a hair. How are we doing? Because the previous one was pretty legit, but this is actually gross. This is a very tough problem, this record. Where are we at? Okay, threshold this low, we do seem to be able to kick in.
What we of this I Believe program dig for in every guest is his basic belief, since that is the essence of him. So it has been exciting to ask the authorities on our town levels to ask their belief.
Okay,
With these great men and women as friends,
threshold this low, it really can kick in, can't it?
themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all. Here, how we came to make up our list of 10. Just the guests who had appeared on the This I Believe program. Immortals of history, they most to hear tell
See, when
their
it kicks
own
in that hard, the filter just suppresses everything. That's what it's for.
applying the
So it's spending its entire time in Crackle
They
mode.
are the greatest. Natural to mind. It happens that only
We
two
can
of them
also
are
use it just to darken the filters.
Confucius and Socrates were shaping the concepts of men.
So here's our threshold.
Before the Christian era. The sequence is Benjamin Franklin.
What would happen if we fool with the window and trigger
America is only a
positions?
few minutes away. Our figures are close to us in time. Close. They shine already with the light that marks the historic road. They would be the indeed, thought that he was no more that gives up of the fire or accumulate the trails are lost. They come forth and he shaped it and handed it out. Confucius, what alone? Socrates is the first.
We're listening to the click section. That's probably...
You get a Socrates.
So that's kicking in a whole bunch. That hardly kicking in at all. Maybe my window needs to be smaller as a general rule. I hear a lot of clicks and not a lot of Admiral. Let's let it wrap around.
This is Ed Merle. Most of what we are told about the immortals of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about
It's not
their
super
basic
great,
personal
but
beliefs. But they are immortal at least as much because of these as because of their creative achievements. The two are hardly separable. What we of this I Believe program dig for in every guest is his basic belief, since that is the essence of him. So it has been exciting to ask the authorities on our
It's a
immortals
filthy record,
to bring
man.
us their beliefs.
Yikes.
They have lived with these great men and women as friends. They have known them intimately and vividly.
Here's
They
the
have
full
made
scrunch.
themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all. You may wonder how we came to make up our list of 10. We asked the guests who had appeared on the This I Believe program which of the immortals of history they would most wish to hear tell their own belief. We have pretty closely followed.
So there's that.
The greatest. They just came naturally to mind. It happens that only two of them have influence. Confucius and Socrates were shaping the concepts of men 300 to 400 years before the Christian era. But the next in sequence is Benjamin Franklin. On the clock of history, his America is only a few minutes away.
So in this
So most of our
circumstance,
figures are close to us in time. But however close, they shine already with
not sure it's worth hiring me for restoration work, but I don't think I'm actually going to be able to straighten this one out, but this is worst case. This one's a complete nightmare because the clicks are about the same sound as Edward is. Here's our threshold. Let's play with window a little bit, shall we? Okay, that's gonna be another available control. Trigger position, however, is not. And I have a further idea. The IIR speed could also be a factor of window, making it snap in if window is smaller and be slower to respond if window is larger. So that's probably worth trying. So Windows started out at around 6.8 or so. I, is it? Been cranking away on this a bit. No, it's D. It's not I at all. I is crank. And we're probably good with it being where it is. I don't think that needs to be adjusted. It is threshold that matters. That one can stay where it is. D, you, sir, you are a window. Having a hell of a time selecting the one letter thing. It just keeps jumping to the next one. D is window. So let's go and find where that applies. Okay. Tapering up and tapering down is IIR cut. So let's move that to after D. And here's where that fits in, and it doesn't get used anywhere else. Half trig 0.6-ish was about where we had that. And you guys can move up there. Some of this stuff I'm not touching. Let's not even define window size there. Out of curiosity, what would it take to make 0.6-ish into 0.1? 1.6. So if we go to around 1.5 or 1.4 or so, IR cut ends up being about the same size, except for I think I probably can afford to have it go smaller than that. Let's see what we get when we do just take it down in size. And then rather than declaring another, we'll just do that. Half trig seems legit. How big can I make this, though? How much room do I have? So I'm speculating about making this scale according to overall scale 2. Hey, Florian. But before we worry about that, let's see if this builds. Oh, hi, these aren't used? Yeah, don't say. Well, you know, if they're not used, and I can see how that is not used because I just removed it. And E, I've also removed. So we're coming down to the wire, aren't we? Let's make window be parameter B, because we're not using parameter B for anything. And let's make normal be parameter. Why must it do that? I click on it and then it selects the space next to it. This stays. And that's the only place it's used, so why am I even doing that? And that becomes D. So oh, hi, max window is 1 times overall scale. That's interesting. That's going to become a larger number. Where does it apply? What are we doing with it? IR target is what it cares about. Okay, I think I see why it's doing that. Max window technically means max window height, I guess. Yeah. Yep. So that's what that means. Height is how far beyond 1 this is allowed to go so that the sustain of the open window remains the same. What should actually work. By the same token, IIR cut also relates to this. So that's going to get faster as window goes, and we'll be able to hear it on our lovely Edward R. Murrow. And we just got to see how far we've got with all these things. D. How would I reduce all of these things down to 7-letter VST names, first of all? But how do I reduce normal slash only the clicks? Well, assuming I don't want to include a dry, delta is the other side of it. So wet versus delta, or out. That's even better. There's no dry, there's no wet, but there is the output of the plugin. And then delta is everything that has been taken out of the output. And some of these things can start at 0.5 or thereabouts. And that one can start at 0. And we're already using D for that, so let's build it and see what it looks like, and we'll get to play with the varying window size that has a factor of what window size is now affecting the speed of engagement and disengagement. Let's go and play with Edmuro again. If I'm lucky, this helped a lot. But that doesn't mean it necessarily did. I'm just saying. Here's 4 controls that we might end up with that might actually work. And we haven't applied out delta yet. It's still doing full run.
This is Edmuro. Most of what we are told about the immortals of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about their basic personal beliefs. They are immortal at least as much because of nature.
Wow, interesting.
Because of their creative achievement. The two are hardly separable. What we of this Ivy League program dig for in every get is his basic
Boy, it's
belief,
trying to
and that
kill
is
the sounds.
So it has been exciting to ask the authorities on our 10 immortals to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends. They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves
Holy crap.
contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all.
There's
You
that.
may wonder how we came to make up our list of 10. We asked the guests who would appear. Were shaping the concepts of men 300 to 400 years before the Christian era. But the next in sequence is Benjamin Franklin.
One thing about it is we are
On the
able
clock of
to
history,
stop the heck
his
out
America
of
is only a few
some
minutes
of this
away.
stuff.
So most of our figures are close to us.
Bypass it.
But however close, they shine already with the light that marks the historic great. They would be the last to regard their beliefs as original with them. Indeed, our oldest immortal, Confucius, taught that he was no more than the transmitter of the wisdom of the ancients. That gives us a hint about the time and the process it has taken.
Let's make it
to
smush
acquire the
down
wisdom
to
of
just
the
silence, just about.
criminals go back and are lost in obscurity. They come closer and lead straight to the giant who shaped it and handed it on to us. Just and Socrates were the first of the giants.
We're able to mute it down pretty good, I'll tell you.
Living, throbbing, almost burly Socrates. The man with a gusto for reason and right living. He had served inconspicuously in the army. And as Athens' most noted teacher, his classroom was often in the marketplace. Athens, like other great states, didn't always...
Window of 0 seems like a very small
It
window.
could become furious with him, even vindictive. And one measure of Socrates was his staunch loyalty to his perceptions and beliefs when they were unpopular. It is not quite to point out that the Athens that condemned Socrates has been extinct for ages, while the truth that was Socrates lived immortally. Certainly, Socrates is not out of date. Now hear him as portrayed by the inimitable Barry Jones.
So we're able to smush this down pretty good. Pushing it this hard, I could use a dry wet. That could work.
Most of what
We could have a dry wet.
the immortals of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about the basic personal beliefs. But they are immortal at least as much
Because it's really
as
tough to
because
make
of
this
their
stuff
creative
work.
achievements. The two are hardly separable. What we of this I Believe program dig for in every guest is his big...
I'm pretty happy with the range of threshold. Range of threshold is capable of not triggering too hard. So what do we get off of various windows?
We have pretty closely followed their reply. We are not applying a yardstick to greatness and saying that these 10 are the greatest.
It's possible that tiny windows will work for declicking digital clicks. Larger windows are way better for declicking analog clicks. There we go. It's a nice zone. Be careful to not lower the filter down too much.
And as Athens' most noted teacher, his classroom was often in the marketplace. Athens, like other great states, didn't always heed its wise men. It could become furious with them, even vindictive. And one measure of Socrates was his staunch loyalty to his perceptions and beliefs when they
So
were
this is pretty
unpopular.
wild. This has
It is
done a
not
pretty
right to point
decent
out
job.
that the Athens that condemned Socrates has been extinct for ages, while the truth that was Socrates
I mean, I
lived
still hear Crackle,
Certainly,
but this is what's
Socrates
being
not
taken out.
dead.
And I can pretty much make it so it's not getting any of Ed. Yeah. Here's a bunch of Crackle. And you still hear more Crackle when we engage Ed.
Dig for in every guest is his basic belief, since that is the essence of him. So it has
But
been
it's
exciting
really
to
taken
ask
out
the
a lot.
authorities on our 10 immortals to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends. They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves their contemporaries. These
Scratches
two
are much
make
fiercer without it.
contemporaries of us all. You may wonder how we came to make up our...
Can we darken it? without getting us much ed. Slowing it down also slows how fast it can react to individual crackles. That's a problem. Faster here. More of that.
About the time and the process it has taken to accumulate the wisdom of the race. The trails go back and are lost in obscurity. They come closer and lead straight to the giants.
You know what? This is a mono recording. That means, well, hang on a second. I just tuned that so carefully, and if I, well, hang on a second, twice. If I do a new effect stack, maybe it will let me keep those settings. Signs 0.2, that probably is letting me keep the settings.
This is Admiral.
Yeah.
Concerns their actions and achievements.
So watch this. Because it's a stereo recording, as they should be, but that's a mono record. Say hi to my little friend, Golem.
This is Admiral. Most of what we are
Check
told
out the
about
difference
immortals
between this.
concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about their basic personal
Without.
But they are immortal at least as much because of these as because of their creative achievements.
With. And I'm going to throw another
are
log in the
hardly
fire.
separable. What we of this I Believe program dig for in every guest is his basic belief, since that is the essence of him. So it has been exciting to ask the authorities on our 10 immortals to bring us their beliefs. They have lived
That
with these
did
great
cut
men
down some of
with
the crunch.
friends. They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all. You may wonder how we came to make up our list of 10. We asked the guests who had appeared on the This I Believe program which of the immortals of history they would most wish to hear tell their own beliefs. We have
Let's get even crazier.
Ask the authorities on our 10 immortals to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these
Okay, that sounds horrible, but
They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all. You may wonder how we came to make up our list of 10. We asked the guests who had appeared on the This I Believe program what of the immortals of history they would most wish
maybe
to
not
hear
a
tell
win,
their own beliefs.
but
We have pretty
hilarious.
We are not applying a yardstick to betters.
in saying that these 10 are the greatest. They just came naturally to mind.
It happens that only 2 of them are ancients. Confucius and Socrates were shaping the concepts of men 300 to 400 years before the Christian era. But the next in
Sequence is Benjamin
Crackle. On the clock of history, his America is only a few minutes away. So most of our figures are close to us in time. But however close, they shine already with the light that marks the historic date. They would be the last to regard their beliefs as original with them. Indeed, our oldest immortal, Confucius, thought that he was no more than the transmitter of the wisdom of the ancient. That gives us a hint about the time and the process it has taken to accumulate the wisdom of the race.
Okay.
Now we take up and our last bit of story.
Ed with his nose closed.
Straight to the times and shaped it and
To the point where you can't hear him at all.
Confucius and Socrates were among the first of the time. Socrates is the first you will hear. Thanks to the dramatic
So if you have that much trouble hearing what he's saying through the noise,
Burly Socrates,
you could do
a
that.
man with a gusto for reason.
he had served inconspicuously in an army, and as often as most wanted to was a staunch loyalty to his perceptions and beliefs when they were untouchable.
That's pretty silly. Let me throw another log on.
Athens had condemned Socrates and been extinct for ages, while the truth that was Socrates lived immortally. Certainly, Socrates was not a victim. Now hear him, as portrayed by the inimitable Barrington. Most of what we have found about their models of victory concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about their basic personal beliefs. But they are immortal at least as much because of these as because of their creative achievements. The two are happily separable. What we of this IDE program dig for in every case is his basic belief, since that is the essence of it. So it has been exciting to ask the authorities, or our telemarketers, to bring us their beliefs. They have met with these white young women as friends. They have known them
That will catch in a moment. For now, I'm going to stop some of this silliness. I assume that's going to catch in a moment. Yeah, no, the crackles are definitely not my friend with that stuff. But we're down to the last 10 minutes or so. I wanted to include a dry wet. But I could also do something else, namely a dry wet where if you set it to full dry, you hear only the crackles. That could be interesting, shall we? A little bit of a secret. I think that would be just fine. So we'd start with full wet. Normally you'd do it, but if you want to hear what only the crackles are doing, voop, full dry. And then if you want to have mostly dry, well, just don't set it to 0. And that should be good. I think that will work just fine. And then I'm ready to delete a bunch of these other controls, because we're near as damn it to being able to do something with this. There's the width of our window. Whole thing will scale up if I want to make that be a larger number, by the way. But I'm thinking it's probably pretty good. I think. So we got that. That's good. That's ready to go. And we're going to clean all targets, which is probably, let's not remove those. It needs to compile its headers. If I remove all of those things, it won't have any complaints, and it'll probably let me delete unused stuff without freezing for 25 minutes. which has been the case sometimes, and I only have 10 minutes left to stream, which I would like to polish off the last details and call this one done. That would be exciting. Looks like that points to yes. It looks like that's working. I can go with that. This looks fine. That ought to just about do it, I think. I suppose I can be a little trickier. Comma has nothing to do with it. There. Now I'm still checking for 0, but if somehow getParameter doesn't actually give you fully 0, then it's still going to work. And case 0 and case 1. These no longer matter. So that one I need to have be the final output. So this one, do I ever modify raw sample? Because I modify input sample all over the place. But I think I just feed raw samples into stuff. Yeah, I do not see me modifying raw sample for any purpose. Also, look at how nice and small this has become. Grens, well, thank you. Here. Now that the fire is going, I will go back to camera and say thank you, Grens. You're seeing me through some of the wildest bursts of whatever. And seeing as we have a dry wet, let's go and put this back to calling it dry wet. There. That ought to work. Everything else will still function that way. And now we got to put in whoops. Well, that didn't need to happen. What are we doing? I went back too far. There we go. I got this. This is just the last little bit. We're getting there. There. And we've got to add an L. Cool, cool. I don't have to, but I can tighten that up if I like. And right channel stuff, engage. And then, of course, if we are literally on full dry, we don't actually use that, and we go to here, which we could do rather than having options. But options likes being an integer anyhow. So let's see what we got. Save. Can we build? We do have to build the precompiled headers, but that's fine. It knows how to do that. It got confused over a bunch of things because it's compiling all of its headers. This time, it didn't know what it was doing. So let's see. What are we doing? Why you do that? Is it simply because it's in an if statement? What's going on here? Oh, that's why. I forgot a semicolon. That's the only thing that went wrong. Now, for my last 4 minutes of stream, because I am going to stop on time, having had the glorious success of getting this to work. And I bet I have. So much so, in fact, I think I can, well, let's do one more build just for good measure. And we drag this onto the desktop for making VSTs and things out of. Plunk it in the components folder. And fire up Kabalevsky. Let's see what we can make out of this. There's a Crackly section. But we got that under control, don't we? Because of decrackle. So filter cranked up, window can be whatever, threshold cranked up. It's kicking in all right. This is when threshold is way too low. But you know what we can do? Let's pretend we want to do this. But we use a little dry, or now let's see whether we can make this be legit. There's a bunch of crackles. There's a bunch of loud crackles. So since this is the crackle only, here's dry. Here's our moderately decrackled version. Back you go. There you go. Find the settings. No music left, only clicks. Dry wet doesn't blend perfectly, and I'll tell you why. I'm pretty sure I need to be using, I have one further change even though it is 5. See? It's doing a flange thing. Which is fine. That's fine, we're almost there. We got real close to being done. One thing about having a slight flanging is that does cut down the frequencies just a tiny bit. You're doing the flanging, and so one of the things that happens is it cuts off super bright stuff, just the tiniest bit. That said, it's fine, we can do more. One of the things we can do is let's expand the window so that the window can be much bigger, and then setting it will give us the original value again. Sure, it doesn't even have to be that, does it? Let's make it even 500. Sometimes when you use numbers that are on the borderlines of digital math like that, it slows down the programmer and it slows down the code. And I don't exactly know why, but I've heard that that is the thing. Okay, where's our raw sample? Where's our raw sound? Out R. Out L and out R, that's the one. We're not actually modulating it. That's just our raw and that's our filtered. So, because this is not actually a zero latency plugin. It's a little more than that, although not all that much. It's wild how much I can get done within the range of basically a flange. The flange it was doing was the amount of latency this applies. And that's kind of nuts. There's very little to it at all. But that said, maybe this time. Always like this, isn't it? Like, I'm done, I'm not done. I'm done, I'm not done. I'm done, I'm not done. But I do like how it cuts back on some of the raunch. And it can kick in your quiet passages. So let's see what we got for a passage like this. Actually, this probably contains lots of loud bursts. Let's see what we get. Should remember the previous settings, which it has. But I swapped window around and I've now made window larger. Sure enough. We don't have much in the way of clicks right there, do we? Which also implies that we are not suppressing the sound, like, at all. Up, there's a bit, it peeked through a little bit. Trying to peek through. Use a much larger window, see what it does. And now you can't hear a difference between the dry and wet because it's the same thing. But this is it, trying to take away all of these pops. It took away that one. it's doing a pretty good job. Let's see if it gets these loud ones. Got it? Okay, that was loud, excuse me. Edward R. Murrow might be a lot for this, but look at this go. Oh, it just grabbed a little. Within reason, this is doing a pretty good job. You can kind of sort of hear that it wants to click. It wants to click. We're doing a pretty good job. Yeah, it is Kavalowski, yes. Oh, getting loud. But those pops in the middle, mm-mm. Mm-mm. We are keeping the crackliness down to pretty close to the volume level of people shifting in their chairs in the orchestra. A lot of those obvious pops are simply not heard. And it's not darkening anything. Anything. It's not darkening a damn thing. It's alive! Mighty Crackle is alive! What are you gonna... Lovely. By comparison, if we do have loud crackles, bits of it are the same, but we have these little snicks every now and then. Go back to here. Some of it sounds about the same. Let's go to here. There's some pops and clicks. Although it sounds very pretty other than that. But we don't have to have pops and clicks, do we? Choked a little bit on that. Yeah, it's not completely happy here. Threshold needs to be higher. Or we can have filter be higher and it'll just start softening the edges of the crackles and clicks. Okay, the window didn't want to be that small. here's what we are taking out. It's doing a pretty good job. To the point where maybe don't push threshold too crazy low, because it will catch bits that are smallish. There's a limit to how small window can be. Window can actually scale all the way down to 0, but you don't want it to be. Getting some scratchiness out there. Alrighty. It is 5:12, so I have not left off at exactly 5, as I promised I would. But, yeah, it's probably a 1950s or so recording, and I don't think I'm going to get much better than that. Certainly not right now. If there's ever a Crackle 2, it'll probably follow that with another thing that we'll be looking for really bright, high-frequency stuff and cleaning that up too in a similar way. But for now, I think this is about as far as I'm going to get. So something's going to come this coming weekend. Don't know whether it will be this or something that I've already got, but this can come pretty soon. And on that note, I'll talk to you later. And thanks for hanging out with me while I got through basically the final stages of this craziness. Talk to you later, and bye-bye.